morning. We have quorum and welcome to today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting for Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. This committee is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a committee member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team member's contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Committee members are reminded that in accordance with Section 1413 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs and do not use the elevator. I would like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are in the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for the day for personal reasons. Councillor Carr. And Councillor Kirby-Young has an LOA from 9 a.m. till noon today for civic business. Councillor Dominato. And you also have a leave of absence from noon onward today. Councillor Bly is just not here at the moment. We're expecting her. Councillor Boyle. And you also have an LOA, leave of absence, today, 11:45 onwards for personal reasons. Councillor Fry. And Councillor Montague.
Present.
And Councillor Claassen is in the chair, plus you have a leave of absence from 1 to 5 today for civic business. And Councillor Meisner also has a leave of absence all day today for personal reasons. And Councillor Jo.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Claassen.
Thank you very much. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today on the agenda, we have matters adopted on consent, 4 reports, 3 council members' motions. Then we will break at noon for lunch. We have an in-camera from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. We will return at 2:30 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So we will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 2 to 4 on the agenda, consent agenda for committee's consideration. We will hold report 1 to hear from speakers. Council, do you have any? Sorry, I am going to I would like to hold report 4, please. So that would mean approving items 2 and 3, reports 2 and 3 on consent. Very good. Any opposed? All right, that carries. All right. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest
Chair.
on?
Chair, just a point of privilege. I don't have a voting panel, so if I could have a vote assist in favor on that, on the consent agenda, please.
Okay, it was a verbal vote, Councillor, but thanks. We'll make sure that that's recorded.
Thank you.
Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? All right, so seeing none, so we have reports. I just need to get. So we have approved item report 2, sites for 2024 alcohol consumption in public plazas program, and report 3, Mountain View Cemetery Master Plan Phase 2. We've approved those on agenda. So we've already had the vote on that. So move on to report 1, establishing a City of Vancouver Business and Economy Office. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, this item has a presentation. We have Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, here to present the item.
Thank you. PowerPoint's going to come up. I'm sorry?
We'll just take a moment here to get the presentation ready for the screen.
Okay, Council, I just need a minute to do the technology. Just bear with me. Okay, I've joined, Clerk, I've joined the WebEx and I'm sharing my screen. There we go. Thank you and apologies for that slow start. Good morning, Council. I'm Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, and we're here today to talk about establishing a new Business and Economy Office at the City of Vancouver. The report before you today has 2 recommendations. The first is that you endorse, if you so choose, the mandate and key lines of service for the new Business and Economy Office as laid out in the report. And the second it relates to Metro Vancouver's Invest Vancouver function. I'll talk a little bit more about that through this presentation. The recommendation in the report suggests that Council, both in your role on the board of Metro Vancouver, who sets the budget for Invest Vancouver, and for some of you who are on that board, and for some of you that are on the board of Invest Vancouver's management committee, that you also work to ensure that the function of that entity, that regional economic development entity, is optimized and also appropriately coordinated and aligned with what we're doing here in Vancouver. So start with a little bit of background, just in terms of timeline. In September, Council opted to decommission or wind down the Vancouver Economic Commission, which until that point had been a standalone, for many years, had been a standalone semi-arm's length entity dealing with economic development. In December, through the budget process for 24, Council allocated $855,000 for the establishment of this new in-house office we're going to talk about today. That was prorated to $355,000 for this current year. And as well, took $145,000 to establish a new Indigenous Economic Prosperity function within the city's Indigenous Relations Office, which also sits within the City Manager's office. And in the ensuing several months, we've been working with the CEO of the Vancouver Economic Commission to collaboratively wind down the VEC. Lots of work there in terms of human resources, contracts, assets, programs, and so on. Just a little bit on Invest Vancouver. As I think you know, Invest Vancouver was established a few years ago. It has responsibility for regional investment attraction. Established in 2019, it's been building up since then. Three lines of business for the region. Their biggest effort is on strategic investment attraction. They also do data research and policy work and collaboration work to convene all the different players across the Lower Mainland or the Metro Vancouver area. In terms of the budget, Metro's Invest Vancouver budget is currently $4.3 million a year, and the city, through our Metro Vancouver allocation, pays the largest percentage of that, roughly $1.7 million, currently roughly 40% of the whole budget. In terms of the way the city interfaces with business, there's many, many places. We support, we regulate, we set policy that affects, we charge fees, and we tax business. So there's no one place this happens. It's across many, many departments. The following couple of slides just give you a flavor. I probably haven't caught everyone in here, but you'll get the sense. So under the city manager's office, we've got this new business and economy office, should council opt to set it up today. We have the film commissioner working in our business planning and project support office, and we have the aforementioned Indigenous Economic Prosperity function. In ACCS, and we've got Branislav Henselman, Deputy GM for ACCS, here if you have any questions about this work. You can see that list. I'm not going to read it all out, but a whole bunch of areas where there are interfaces and supports to business. Engineering Services has the Film and Special Events Office that permits festivals, special events, filming, and so on. Street activations. And then an engineering-specific BIA liaison, and that's to do specifically with things like we're doing public works on your street and your businesses will be affected, and just working with business to minimize impacts and help them out in those situations. The Parks Board has their own business development, special events, and filming office, doing really the same thing our film and special events office does in engineering, just doing it for Park Board-related lands. Development, buildings and licensing does land use permitting and business licensing, lots and lots of interface with business there. Planning, economic land use planning, and then one-off projects such as the Downtown Eastside Special Enterprise Zone. Sorry, I said that not very well. Downtown Eastside and Chinatown Special Enterprise Program, helping businesses that are helping businesses to thrive and survive in those areas. And then, of course, there's commercial property tax policy and taxation within our finance department. There's probably more, as I said, but that just gives you a flavor of all the places business interfaces with the city. This is another slice of the same idea. What this slide shows you, we've color-coded it by different departments, specific projects and initiatives and programs going on where there is a substantial business interface. I'm not going to read them all out again, but you have them in the PowerPoint and in the present and in the report should you want to delve in. So we wanted to start off when we started to think about designing this new in-house office as to what stakeholders think about it. We set up a written survey, sent it to about 100 stakeholders, got a 70% response rate, which is really high. We sent it to a diverse mix. You can see the list up there of BIA executive directors, industry sector representatives, some economic development professionals in the region, academics, social enterprises. Many of these people had an affiliation with the former Vancouver Economic Commission. I want to emphasize here that this was not a representative sample. This was a list of stakeholders we had on hand. And I'll also stress that some of the responses we got, I predict, would have been quite different if we went to a different 100 people in the business community. So I just want to, these results are useful and informative, but not, I would say, conclusive in that regard. In addition to the survey, I personally sat down with 14 different people representing large constituencies of business over the last few months and had conversations with them about what they want to see out of this office. So all that informed what you're going to see today. So just to highlight some of the feedback we got, we asked essentially the question, what do you think the most important role this new office should play? And I just listed for you here the top three. Stewarding the city's partnerships and collaborations concerning business support and economic development. Ensuring business implications are appropriately considered through the city's policies, regulations, programs, and services. And then local business liaison and support. And by that, I paraphrased the language in the survey, but what we mean here is that's between the city and the various businesses and business groups. Second question, or another question, any lines of service you suggest this office not be in? And investment attraction was number one. I'm going to talk a little more about that through this presentation. Thought leadership and research, and homelessness and addiction services were the ones that came up, bubbled up to the top. I just want to say there was a real variety of answers for all these questions. So when I say the top three, if 70 people responded, this might be 6 or 7 people. It's not like 40 people said these things. So that's why I just want to emphasize again, not a representative survey, but interesting all the same and worth considering. Then we asked about sectors, and just a thought about sectors here for a sec. There are lots and lots of business sectors in the city, and that's a great thing. We have a diverse economy. We have high tech, we have AI and VR, we have film, we have mining, we have hospitality, tourism, retail. It goes on and on and on. And so here's the answers we got in terms of what to focus on. Green business, sustainability, climate, and clean tech was number one. Storefront, retail, hospitality, and tourism, and tech and innovation. I just want to point out, and maybe repeat myself, that had we asked a different 100 people this question, we might have got very different responses here. Just of note, one of the responses we got to this question was that we should focus on shipbuilding, which sounds a little esoteric, but that was somebody from the North Shore who lives near shipyards, and that's important. So I think that's illustrative of how different interests will have different interests. Okay, so the new office. Proposed mandate you have before you in the report is basically that this office works to ensure the city's regulations, policies, processes, and programs are designed to support and to minimize obstacles for local business, and also to serve as an internal center of excellence concerning business support, economic development, and investment attraction. And I'll explain that, especially that investment attraction takes some unpacking, which I'm going to do in a couple of minutes. This office would have that $855,000 budget that's already been allocated by council in this year's budget process. We don't suggest that this office spend a lot of time seeking out third-party funding. There might be instances where that's appropriate, but I wouldn't think that would be a full-time job. What often happens with that funding is it's a program or a function that the office wouldn't be doing, then it gets money and all of a sudden we're in that business. I'd rather go after funding when we have a specific issue or opportunity we want to pursue rather than being passive about that function. And given the budget, we anticipate this group would be 5 to 6 members. This is comparable, just for your information, to the City of Surrey's office, who it's quite comparable to what we're setting up here. Okay, so different ways the city can support business. Kind of think of it in 4 categories. First category is all those interfaces I showed you on an earlier slide. And what we want to do here is optimize those interfaces. So that's through all the things you see listed here: policies, regulations, regulatory processes, programs, services, infrastructure. Just thinking about business, what I call the business lens, putting a business lens as we go about doing our work across all our departments. Second one is direct investment. These are more like grants and programs and training and Dragon's Dens type things. And so directly supporting business, or it would be a subset of business, who would be the beneficiaries of these activities. The third is investment attraction and retention. And that is, we have both inbound and outbound activities here. That's sending groups off to visit trade missions is the word I was looking for, to convince people Vancouver is a great place to visit, to invest in, or also welcoming trade missions when they show up and making sure they're properly hosted and have the information they need in their hands and so on. And then finally, there's the everything else category. And when you really think about it, everything we do supports business. The fact that we have roads that work well and traffic lights support business. The fact that we have police and fire services supports business, and so on. So that's the kind of everything else category. And while a lot of that isn't directly about business, as I said a couple of minutes ago, it's important that we take a business lens, so to speak, as we go about designing and doing that work. So for the new office, what we're recommending in the report before you is that the mandate focus on number 1 and 4 primarily, which is really optimizing that interface and making sure businesses feel supported and heard at City Hall. And the indirect support, again, number 4, I'd call that business lens, where we're working with our teams and our staff to understand the implications for business as, for example, new policy or a new program is being developed. The dotted line around number 3 is really this. Invest Vancouver has the mandate to do regional investment attraction right now, and they spend a lot of time and funds going to conferences overseas, hosting overseas inbound trade missions and so on. We don't suggest that we replicate that work. We don't want to. We're already paying for it to the tune of almost $2 million a year. So what we suggest is that this office complement that work. So for example, if a trade mission comes in from another country and Invest Vancouver is hosting them, and then they say, we really want to be in downtown Vancouver, Invest Vancouver introduces that mission to our staff, and then our staff give them all the data they need, host them, make the introductions they need to the people they need to meet locally, and so on. So it's very much more of a reactive than a proactive work under the number 3, which is why it's dotted there. So, lines of service for the new office, 5 lines of service proposed in the report. Local business support. So this is really about having a formal way of hearing from the businesses in our city and having a two-way communication with them. What it's not, and it's important here to emphasize this, we're not suggesting here like a business concierge function where an individual business is having trouble finding a permit and then knocks on the door of this new office and says, I'm frustrated, help me get my permit. We wouldn't suggest doing that for a couple of reasons. One is it would be infinite, I think, the need and the demand on the office. 5 people couldn't handle the demands, I'd say. It also, we wouldn't want to circumvent existing processes. So this would be a situation where, you know, somebody from this office would go tap on the shoulder of someone in our permitting function and say, fix this permit. That's not going to work well systematically throughout the city. So this is a really important function, but it'll happen more at the industry association level than at the individual business level, I'd say. Number 2, policy and strategy. You're probably getting sick of hearing me say business lens, but that's what this is here. This is making sure, so functionally what this would look like is certain members of this office sitting on certain project teams as something new is being developed and making sure that business considerations are appropriately incorporated. Data and research, so really important function. Want to really narrowly focus on what's required. There's lots and lots of entities, including some of our own departments, cranking out a lot of really important data and useful data. Our planning department has a lot of data which is relevant here already, the academic institutions, the Board of Trade, and so on and so on. Really, a lot of this work, I would think, would be in support of the investment attraction function, and I've just explained to you that would be an investment attraction support function, not like primary function. The data and research group might also do one-off projects as required if they have the resources. And the last of the 5 lines of service is collaborating and convening. So this is just Vancouver having a presence in the ecosystem regionally, nationally, and probably less internationally, I'd say, but just making sure we're at the right conferences. We have a representative sitting on the Invest Vancouver board and things like that. And there'll be times when we expect our convening, not just attending. Of that is going to unfold as the office gets developed. Across all these lines of service, there'll be complementary work with the Indigenous Economic Prosperity Function, which we're recommending remain in the Indigenous Relations Division right now, and we would work together. Okay, so I'm not going to go into great detail with these next few slides. These are just activities that would occur within each of those 5 lines of service. So for local business support, talk about meeting regularly with different business representatives, setting up some sort of resource hub online that points individuals toward other business resources like programs and training and grants and so on. And importantly, the BIA program, which currently sits under, for many, many years, I think forever, has sat in the planning department, will be brought over to this office. And this office will be the primary interface with the business improvement area executive directors and group, and we'll also administer, there's some legal and financial work to just administer that program, which will take place in this office. Policy and strategy, I've talked a fair bit about this already, so I'm not going to repeat myself, just working on the city's policy and regulation. Internal coordination and alignment, that's an important one. If you remember that earlier slide of all the different places, there's touch points with business. I think periodically gathering the key people that are interfacing with business and making sure they all are talking to each other in the right way is a super important thing that we don't do enough of right now. various other activities you can see there. Data, I already talked about maintaining Vancouver data sets and possibly some one-off research projects as required and as we're able to. Investment attraction support, again, not going to repeat this. You can see under the bullets there a list of the kind of work this group would do to support the activities of Invest Vancouver. So providing Vancouver-specific responses to inquiries, data and information, playing some role in hosting incoming trade missions and delegations, introductions, supporting the mayor's office when he's engaged in these kinds of activities. Collaboration and convening, kind of already talked about this as well. So having the appropriate presence at the staff level with Invest Vancouver, maintaining networks, convening probably around specific topics at specific times. So a couple of slides on what we're proposing this office not be. So in terms of program delivery, we're suggesting that this group not take a direct role in the kinds of things you see here, providing grants and programs directly to businesses, helping businesses lower their carbon footprint through grants or other activities, technology demonstration, Dragon's Den, those kind of things, or training programs. The idea here is that lots of other local entities do a lot of this, and they're better funded and better positioned to do it than a municipality would be. We can certainly look at one-off opportunities, and we can get involved as our other departments within the city might be doing this kind of activity. We can get the Business and Economy Office to take part in that, but not be the primary deliverer of these things. And I talked already about some sort of online hub pointing business to these other organizations that are providing these sorts of services, and possibly considering one-off opportunities if something really fantastic and appropriate comes up at some point in time and council directs us to do it. Sectors is another really big question. I talked about this a few minutes ago. Lots and lots of sectors in Vancouver, and our suggestion is that if council opts to direct us to focus on a subset of sectors, this would need to be revisited regularly. You know, AR, VR probably didn't exist 15 years ago in any way that we could have talked about it intelligently here. So what I'm going to suggest is that the new director will come back to council with recommendations on sector focus at that time, and council can decide then, but as opposed to today. I will say, though, that without a proactive investment attraction function, as we're recommending, this question becomes less important, because the focus we're suggesting in this report is that the office will support the businesses that are in Vancouver and liaise with the city of Vancouver primarily. So unless we're doing proactive business promotion, support, attraction, retention, the sector question recedes into the background a little bit, I'd say. In terms of data, metrics, monitoring performance, I'm going to suggest that the new director come back to council with a work plan and a recommended performance measurement framework. Incidentally, I didn't put this in the report or on the slide, but I think the same holds true for Invest Vancouver. I want this new office to really dig in on Invest Vancouver's performance and to look at their performance metrics and what value the city is getting for the almost $2 million investment we're putting in there. And we'll be working with Invest Vancouver to advance that and to bring that information to council on a regular basis. So lastly, just to end up here, I just want to talk about the Vancouver Economic Commission. Council directed us in September to wind up the Economic Commission. By this month, the Vancouver Economic Commission will have no more staff. We will have a city employee who's basically doing a different job, continue to serve as the CEO, because as long as there's an entity, we need to have a CEO in place, but it's not drawing on a lot of her time. And in terms of where the programs and services are at, 32 VEC initiatives were completed before the wind down. We transferred some of the initiatives into the city, into that Indigenous Economic Prosperity function within IR. We transferred some components of the Project Greenlight work to a third-party nonprofit called Foresight CAC. Just to remind council, this is a demonstration project for clean tech innovators. So that lives on in that form. We transferred some components of VC's Zero Emissions Economic Transition Action Plan to a local nonprofit called the Zero Emissions Innovation Center. So that work, some of that work lives on. And the remaining VEC programs have all been wound down or discontinued. Last slide in terms of next steps. So we have today where you seeking approval from council to approve the proposed mandate and lines of service for the office. We actually have an ad out right now, live competition to hire a new director. I think that closes in a week or two, and we'll look to get that person on board as soon as we're able. And then that person will be responsible for building the rest of the team. I'm hoping by the fall we'll have most, if not all, of the team in place. And then at that point, we'll be asking the director to come back to council with a work plan and performance metrics and so on. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions council might have.
Thank you very much, Karen. So committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? And I see that we have Councillor Carr.
Great, thanks very much. Really appreciate the report and the presentation. I guess I'm thinking about the difference between the Vancouver Economic Commission and this function, and I see they are quite different. So I'm going to just question why we aren't thinking about doing some things and are some things not already being done? First off, one of the things was talked about is supporting and minimizing obstacles for local businesses. Are we not doing that already in our departments? Is that not what, the changes that are being made to business licensing, for example, is all about?
Let me answer your second part first, if I could. We're certain, I don't know why I'm getting echo. Is that okay? We're certainly doing a lot of work to minimize obstacles. What I would say is we're not doing right now is taking a comprehensive cross-departmental, coordinated and aligned approach. So I'd say we're going to take the disparate places where we're doing it and turn it into a more proactive work and more coordinated and aligned work with somebody, kind of a symphony conductor, if you will, in this office. In terms of your first question, which is replicating the work the VEC did, it's really up to council, and we'll take council direction on this. The thinking staff had with the budget that's been allocated $855,000 annually, and with bringing it in-house, our feeling is that we should focus on what VEC didn't do was direct support to local business. And that was an intentional decision. VEC was really focusing on training programs, on supporting entrepreneurs. In many cases, it's quite a narrow group of people were benefiting from those programs. What we're trying to design here is leveraging the city's strengths we already have in place and creating as much return as we can for the greatest number of businesses and therefore people in the city.
Okay, understand the motivation in terms of wanting to see a business supported. So here's another question I have in terms of, I believe, a challenge, which is we could spend a lot of time focusing on making sure current businesses are, given, a lot of, that our systems really understand their challenges and that we reduce any kind of problems or obstacles they have in conducting their businesses appropriately. And I get that. Is there not a role, and I understand VEC did do this, and I'm wondering now what's going to happen around this. Is there not an important role in thinking about not just the current businesses and current economy, but the challenges in meeting what is becoming an emerging economy and the challenges to the current economy to move into a different kind of economy to meet, for example, issues like global climate change, the disruption around trade, and all the sorts of things that are happening because of climate. So where do you draw the line on just status quo versus, anticipating the need to prepare for eventual change?
Yeah, thanks for the question. If you recall the 5 different lines of service we're proposing.
Sorry, excuse me, if we could handle that technical issue, it would be really great. It's hard to listen and focus. Sorry about that, but
Do I need to mute something on my computer? It's muted. Sorry, Council. That was an easy solution.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. So if you recall the 5 lines of business that are proposed for the new office, one of those 5 columns we've entitled policy and strategy. And to my mind, what you're talking about falls squarely into that. There are activities that we propose in the report that will be future looking. And I think the important principle that we're suggesting to council is that that's important work and this group should do it, but but stay within the municipal mandate, the lines of the municipal mandate. There are many, many other entities, nonprofits, academics, other levels of government also thinking about these things, consultancy firms. So I want to make sure, we want to make sure through these recommendations that we're deploying our municipal funds as efficiently and effectively as possible, because frankly, it's such a large set of what this office could be doing. We tried to narrow it down to where we thought there was the most return for our investment in this.
I believe my timer kept clicking a little bit while we were sorting that out. Yeah.
Few more seconds.
Thank you. In terms of other sort of where other work has gone, I wonder if you can just talk a bit and get it on public record in terms of ZEEC, the Zero Emissions Innovation Center, picking up some of the work that we initiated out of Vancouver and VEC.
I'm sorry.
So the role of the Zero Emissions Innovation Center in picking up some of that, so that there's not a vacuum necessarily. It's just not necessarily us.
Absolutely, and the same is true of the ZTAP work, which is the other big piece of climate work that the VEC was working on. I just want to credit Alina Marley, the CEO of the VEC, working very hard with those 2 other nonprofits to transfer a lot of that work over to those 2. So yes, the work lives on.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Karen, for this great presentation and also the vision for this new business and economy office. I just have a very quick question. So I think from the meeting we had with all the local BIAs, they really want to have a single point of contact. Is that the vision for this office so we can support them directly?
100%. And I've actually had several conversations with representatives from many of the BIAs. My last one was just a couple of weeks ago, and we had an in-depth discussion about that very thing. And my sense is that the 4 or 5 people I was speaking to were very pleased with the vision as we were laying it out.
Perfect. That's all my questions. Thanks. I'm really glad to hear that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just curious to hear a bit more about, you said, well, in the presentation outlines that 24% of the responses outlined a green economy or sustainability, and I recognize your comment that that's partly about who we were asking, but presumably we were asking those folks because we have had some connection. I guess I'm just trying to understand sort of what happens to the interest in that response if we're not supporting it in some way?
Thanks for the question. What I'd say is that the report before you today is sector agnostic, essentially. Other than, the only sector that's really called out is the BIAs, the local retail and hospitality through the BIAs, because we have a special relationship as the city with them through the BIA program. Other than that, what I would say is that once we get the new director on board and build the team, we're going to bring this back to council and talk about sectors at that point. At that point, council might opt to instruct us to do a representative survey or something like that, if that's helpful. Or just without that even, council might opt to say, focus on these 3 sectors. We'd have to figure out what it is we're doing when we focus on them, though. I mean, because when you think about focusing, what are we talking about? We're talking about investment attraction. We're talking about support programs, grants, Dragon's Dens, training, all that sort of thing. Those aren't the core functions we're suggesting today this office take on. So, but I will say just one more thought that's I think really important is, back to an earlier question that was asked of me. Right now, for example, our sustainability group is doing some really important things that interface with business in the green economy space, but they're off doing it here. Like, I think that coordination and alignment, bring it together, I think the sum is going to be larger than the whole of the parts once we get the right kind of symphony conductor in the middle of all that activity.
That's a helpful comment, because that was my next question, is sort of if my sense is if the if the sustainability piece is off with the sustainability department, which is in planning and which is so separate from, and we're starting this whole new office, it seems to me that becomes more siloed than if that's been a thread for decades throughout the city and that connection is retained through this office. So I guess I'm wondering what those lines of communication are. Obviously, the staff are very different and there's different tools and responsibilities. How do we make sure it doesn't become a siloed and separate conversation?
Yeah, thanks. I think quite the opposite. I think this is going to really break down silos, and I've done this several times before in different areas. I'll just give council a different example. Is a few years ago we realized there was like literally over 40 different projects going on that had to do with water, engineering, parks, all over the place, using water, controlling water, collecting water, and regulating water, whatever it was, providing water. And we realized there was all these intersects that we were missing because people weren't talking to each other. So we set up a pretty simple, I call them coordination and alignment forums, where we pull together the key person working on every one of those 40 projects. We get them in a room. Everybody gets, like a round robin, 3 minutes to talk about what they're working on. And all of a sudden, he realizes that he needs to talk to her, and so on. And all these connections are formed, and it's very effective. It's a very low effort, high return effort, and I think we'll do something very similar to that here. And I really anticipate we're going to see lots, I'd say, of like great synergies, to use an old MBA word, coming out of that.
My last question on this front is, I'm wondering if we, and I don't mean this to be a rhetorical question, my sense is we are seeing an increase in investment focused on clean, climate-friendly business and solutions. Are you seeing that? Is that just the world I live in?
Are you talking about investment in local business?
Yeah, senior government investment, but also private business investment.
It's certainly I mean, I don't have any statistics in front of me, but it's certainly a very active and very successful and I'd venture growing sector in our local economy right now.
Okay, just wanted to check that wasn't just my bubble.
That's just my conjecture. It's my bubble saying yes to your
Okay.
bubble.
Okay, thanks. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Karen, for an excellent presentation. I appreciate that Councillor Joe asked about the BIAs and that sort of direct liaison, and I want to just drill down into the role of the office in helping business owners and others navigate the system, so system navigation, because I find as a councillor that's often the question I get is around the business license process, working with the city, checklists, and that navigation piece. Would the new office play a role in that in terms of interfacing with DBL and other departments that play a role in that? Because that does surface quite a bit, I find.
That's a super important point, and I want to say a couple of things in response to that. The way I would envision it right now, of course, this is all in my head. It's got to play out in real life. But the way I'd envision that is that through the fora we set up, where we're consistently talking to the BIAs and to other business representatives, this would be surfaced as an issue. Gosh, it's hard for our people to figure out how to get a business license, whatever it is. That shouldn't be now, though, because we have a new system. So we would take that away and work at the systems level with the person in charge of whatever that function is, and incorporate improvements on a continuous basis into the system, into the process, into the communications, into the 311 responses, to whatever, to make it easier. And I'm really excited about that, this continuous loop of listening and improving. And an important input into that loop will be mayor and council, because you are close to the constituents and you are hearing. And we'll set up a system where you are feeding that to the director through me, and we will action whatever we can. What it won't be is, the business on the corner of Main and 12th saying, I can't get my permit, help me get it. It's a difference. It's an important difference.
Yeah, so they'll be still direct dealing with the line departments in terms of who are responsible for those the permits or the business licenses. I think what I'm getting at is, and I've seen this in work we've done with other organizations, is a little bit of that journey mapping of people's experience. That they do this in healthcare, this is another in the education system, but also similarly in businesses. And so maybe that's a role for the office is taking in that feedback and then working with those departments to sort of, like, to your point,
100%.
service
And what I would,
experience is sort of what I'm getting at, and then navigating how to work through the city, because it can be quite complex if you're not living it day in, day out. So what I'm hearing is that, yes, there'll be some sort of role, but not taking on responsibility for delivering permits, issuing business licenses.
exactly. And my hope would be that over time, because we have these established lines of communication, and because we're doing this, let's call it continuous improvement, that council will be getting less of those emails saying, help me with this, or this is driving me a little crazy. And we're just getting out in front of those issues and optimizing.
Great. Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to put myself on the queue here for a few questions. First of all, Karen, thank you very much for all the work that's gone on to this the last few months and today's presentation. With regard to, I know that one of the sort of bugbears of our local BIA partnership is that they didn't feel that there wasn't a direct line of communication with the city. This will enable that. How do you think that will transform having this office working out of the city manager's office, so to speak, how that will help that relationship and the functions going back and forth between those two entities?
Yeah, thanks. I think the biggest change will be, the BIAs have had a voice into the city through the current BIA program in the planning department, and through the BIA liaison in the engineering department, and through in this council's term, I think quarterly meetings with council, and through once a year meeting with all the GMs. So there has been various conduits into the city. What I see the big difference is this will become more steady, more proactive conversations. So instead of the BIAs collecting up a list of things they want changed or are frustrating them with the city, this will become more of an ongoing conversation. And it won't, I'm hoping it'll start becoming more focusing on as much positive as the frustrating parts over time. I think having this office now in the city manager's office rather than planning just might, help to focus the work more, to be honest, and get more done. I mean, city manager's office just can get stuff done quite easily. So that's my hope and vision.
You referenced a internal center of excellence. Could you expand upon that? Give me a quick sort of idea of what that looks like in terms of how that will help our staff.
Sure. I'll answer in two ways. So I'll start with a specific. When the previous council was exploring the FIFA World Cup opportunity, we had a motion from council asking us to look at the economic benefits of the 2010 Winter Games as part of the decision-making process. Normally, we would have gone to a consulting firm and say, please throw this together. There was a lot of work done, but we needed someone to throw it all together and respond in the way council to the questions council had asked. We were rather able to just go to the Vancouver Economic Commission and have one of their economists pull together that report really quickly at no incremental charge to the city. So I think there'll still be like those kind of one-off pieces of work that this office will be able to respond to, whether it's something council's asked for or something we need at the management level. Secondly, there will be instances, I'm trying to think of a good example, let's use FIFA, where there's a big complicated project going on and somebody from this office will actually literally sit on the project team or advise the project team to make sure that there is the right business perspective, business considerations being baked in to the work at hand.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, the name of the office. It doesn't have a lot of Madison Avenue behind it. It is a fairly run-of-the-mill name. This is not to say that it won't be a great office that does great work. Do we need a process if we decide that we'd like to have a more interesting name for that later on? Or is that something we can just let staff kind of ruminate on when the new director is brought in?
Well, no one's ever accused me of being a creative. I have to say, though, I did speak with our Director of Communications about the name, and we've intentionally brought this name to you today. It's completely up to council to call it something else if you want to. I'll just share with you the thinking Maria Ponticus and I had about the name is economic development is a very broad, very broad area, and it means all the different things we just talked about in the presentation. And we want a name that conveys that, that we're not doing proactive investment attraction, that we're not building Vancouver's brand. Invest Vancouver has responsibility for the brand internationally right now. So we picked a rather neutral name just to convey that this is we're doing the nuts and bolts of this work. So, but we're completely open to a different name. If council were to change the name, today would be great, because we're ramping it all up. So it'd be great to hear it today if you had a different idea for a name. But in terms of a process, no, it's just council direction, and then we'll have a new name.
Okay, but council direction formally from this body today.
I think so. I'm looking at the city manager.
I realize.
So I would concur. I think direction from council would be helpful. I think if we, and today is great, but also if council needs more time to process that, I think us understanding that would be helpful, because we can manage then our rollout to contemplate that we may get some further direction from council coming forward sooner rather than later, hopefully.
Yeah, and just to say, if our chief communications officer was here, she'd be cautioning us around creating a whole new brand, and we need to be thoughtful about how it fits into our existing brands. And she would probably advise something of a process to support that, council.
It might be good to hear from her and others with regards to that. So thanks very much. My time is passed here. Very good. So will now hear from speakers, registered speakers for this report. Thank you, Karen. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver. It is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is David Van Hemmen, Vice President of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, and I believe he's on the line. David.
Good morning, councillors. As Councillor Clausen mentioned, my name is David Van Hemmen, Vice President of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, and speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and speaking today in support of the recommendations put forward to establish a new City of Vancouver Business and Economy office. Off the top, I wanted to note that myself and our organization have participated and felt very included in the city's consultation to reorient and reimagine economic development for the city. And overall, we feel that the mandate of the new office is well thought through and will play a positive and complementary role in the ecosystem. I also want to acknowledge that councillors have always, in our mind, and will continue to do so, to play an important role in convening and playing an outsized role in setting the vision and doing the day-to-day work of economic development. Speaking broadly about the 5 pillars, we believe that this new office's role in helping local businesses, in helping to support local businesses in convening and ensuring strong collaboration across the economy will be a strong benefit. We support and appreciate the delineation of duties as outlined in Activity 4 regarding investment attraction. We believe that the new office does not need to be recreating investment attraction initiatives of Invest Vancouver, Invest in Canada, or the province. Instead, facilitating and complementing that work for those seeking to make entry into Vancouver specifically makes good sense. It speaks to a mature and regional approach. And at the Board of Trade, we feel as if we have a complementary and similar role in economic development to play that will fit nicely with this office. Broadly, we convene, we advocate for economic development initiatives, and we run our own programs that we don't seek support from the city for. 2 for young professionals, 1 where they're trying to get their first job, and also those mid-career that we're trying to keep in Vancouver instead of seeing them head off to Toronto or south of the border. We've also launched North America's first ESG micro-credential with BCIT and have trained over 100 companies. And we also own and operate a subsidiary called the World Trade Center Vancouver, which has supported in just 7 years over 500 companies to enter 44 different countries for the first time. Getting back to the report, as mentioned in the report and presentation, there are many, in our view, already working in the city who do quote-unquote economic development. We've seen great success in the Sport Hosting Vancouver program and are very excited about the new Arts, Culture, and Tourism division as two examples. And as Karen mentioned, a properly functioning city with great services, roads, other social services and supports, they all support a thriving economy. But having individuals that can pull together different sectors of the economy outside of those already convened, I think will make good sense. Finally, just one note of caution. Oh, sorry, am I out of time?
You're out of time, David. If you want to make your last quick point, you're welcome to do that.
Sure. I would just say we should resist the temptation to try and be all to everyone, and instead the approach focused on filling gaps is one that we support. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next speaker is Winky Tan from the Downtown Van Association. Winky, are you there?
Hello, am I audible?
You got 3 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen, for the presentation. I just want to say from the perspective of a BIA, we're not sick of hearing about the business plans, and we should add it to everybody's health plan. But that aside, my name is Winky Tan, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am currently the Director of Strategy and Development at Downtown Van. Our BIA represents 8,000 member businesses in the Central Business District, where more than 130,000 individuals work each day. I would like to offer on behalf of our organization our statement of support for the establishment of the Business and Economy Office. So over my 5 years of working with the BIA, I've had the opportunity to work directly with city staff in BBL, planning, engineering, and ACCS to directly support our members. So it ranges from following up with permits, ensuring they're engaged in consultation, to the more granular process, such as figuring out how to use space on the sidewalk to beautify a storefront. And what I hear from members is a desire for these processes to be faster, easier to navigate, and more accessible. Some members indicate recent examples concerning how international businesses and investors perceive Vancouver's regulatory environment. So since the new Mayor and Council have joined, they have been strategically aligned in their commitment to making our city more business-friendly. And we're seeing significant leadership changes in the planning and DBL departments who are welcoming new general managers this year. It's very exciting. So the city is moving in the right direction to prioritize internal infrastructure. Karen, I heard you mention silo busting. That's great news. And also prioritizing the needs of our local and small businesses so they can both survive and thrive. One of the most significant changes that this report proposes will be the application of the business blends to the development of policies, regulations, programs, and services. And I think this will be key to addressing many of the issues that the business members bring to our BIA and the city and also the councillors, since they'll be considered from the conception of these new policies. We have separately submitted a letter of support with additional comments on the outcomes that are especially important to Downtown Van. Just to highlight a couple, it's especially important for the staff to be comprised of people with robust baseline knowledge on the reality of the cost and logistics of diverse business operations. Secondly, as all BIAs across Canada have noted, there's increasing challenges for the storefront and retail sector. So we're happy to see the office's pledge to be adaptive and flexible when selecting its work plan focus. We hope there will be more attention to these business types moving forward. But yeah, in summary, we look forward to collaborating with this new office to ensure Downtown Van, the CBD, we receive the support it needs to remain competitive and to provide world-class offerings to resident workers and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Winky. All right. Our third speaker is Jill Sinclair, who's in person.
Good morning, council members, and thank you so much, Karen Levitt, for the presentation this morning. It was so thorough, and I'm very excited about this. My name's Jill Sinclair, and I'm a business development leader and strategist. Now, I am here to express my fervent support for the establishment of the City of Vancouver Business and Economy Office. This office is vital for championing local businesses, ensuring they receive the support that they need to thrive. By facilitating communication with business representatives and providing resources like a centralized hub for support programs, we can tailor city policies to meet their needs with a lens on business and policy improvements. This office will ensure that city policies and strategies consider business implications, optimize interfaces, and support sustainable growth. With robust data and research capabilities, informed decisions will drive our economic development processes. Additionally, by complementing Invest Vancouver's work, we can all attract investments and foster a business-friendly environment. And isn't that what we all want for Vancouver? Through collaboration and participation in economic development efforts, we'll stay abreast of trends and maximize our impact. Lastly, collaboration and convening will be key principles guiding the office's operations. By actively participating in regional, provincial, and possibly national economic development efforts, we can leverage collective expertise and stay ahead of emerging trends. In conclusion, the establishment of the City of Vancouver Business and Economy Office represents a bold step towards a more vibrant and prosperous future for our city. Thank you so much, Karen, for spearheading this and representing Vancouver on this. And thank you, councillors, in advance for your support in this endeavor for Vancouver's growth. I hope to be a part of this exciting initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our final speaker right now is Louise Schwartz, who's on the phone. Louise, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good
Very
morning, Chair Klassen. Yeah, good morning, Chair Klassen and Council. My name is Louise Schwartz. I'm co-owner of 3 local businesses, Recycling Alternative, Terraforma Systems, and Regenerative Waste Labs located in the Flats. We employ upwards of 70 people collectively in those 3 businesses, and I'm a Vancouver resident. And I really enjoyed that presentation, Karen Levitt. I thought it was excellently laid out, and I have to say when I signed up to speak, I noted other in terms of some of the points I wanted to raise that were just wanting to make sure that Council's aware of things that I think we do need to be thinking about, and I can see that the report actually addresses a number of points I was going to raise. So I don't need to take too long, but I'll say I really am happy to see the Vancouver-focused element of this. I'm thrilled to see a real mandate towards the integration and coordination between the departments. I feel that is one of the things that has been missing in some of the services provided by the city to small businesses. So I think that integration and that ongoing collaboration is really going to help in the area of the policy and the strategy. What I find as a business owner operating in the green sector is, I'm having to work with the planning department on things like land use policy. I'm having to work with REFM in terms of things like affordability and lease rates. I'm also working with the development services and sort of some of the zoning. So the integration is going to be excellent. I wanted to flag, for Council that when you look at the focus areas from the respondents, and appreciate, as per Karen Levitt's comment, that it was a select group, not necessarily representative. But if you look at the combination of the green economy at 24%, the social and sustainable kind of just economy and economic transition at 10%, and the industrial, light industrial activities at 5%, collectively combined, those are about 39%. And you often see in those 3 a convergence, because this new transition towards a green and circular economy and innovation economy often is very connected and runs parallel with social inclusion, sustainability, and this just economic recovery. And equally, a lot of these new circular innovation models are going to require light industrial land policy and land use. So I think it's going to be very beneficial to be able to start to bring the cross-departmental coordination and communication together. And I think I'll really stop there. I was happy to see some of these issues brought to light, and I look forward to working with Karen Levitt and the team in terms of bringing many of the green innovators from the city into those rooms and some of those meetings, because I think that is really the future that's laid out and for businesses and some of the growth opportunities here. And happy to also participate in the naming, interested to hear what Council thinks about the naming of it. But thank you for a very clearly laid out report, and we look forward. I work with a lot of green innovator businesses, circular businesses here, SMEs, and that's a good critical mass of about 98% of our local economy. So very much looking forward to working with the department in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, that concludes our speakers list. Would somebody like to move a motion? Is there a seconder? So moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Zhou. Are there any comments, debate on this motion? Councillor Boyle, you went away, so I'll put you back here. All right. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I was really excited to read this, and similar to what Louise said, really excited about a whole bunch of parts of it, particularly the focus on supporting local businesses that for years has been something I have wished to see the VEC do more of, and we have heard from the community is so needed and so great to see such a clear focus here on that work. And I recognize that there was work to do in figuring out the duplications with Invest Vancouver. I was fortunate to be council's representative at Invest Vancouver at Metro last term and saw kind of the muddled overlap that existed as Invest grew, and we were doing some of that work. So really pleased to see some more clarity on that front, and you know, some of those pieces around thought leadership that that weren't the priority we're hearing from residents and businesses, that this office is refocused. So really grateful to see all of that. And I think the green economy and innovation piece is important to still include in some way. It's been a strategic advantage for Vancouver businesses. It's part of the Vancouver brand and the value add of being in Vancouver. It's a growing area of business and investment locally and across the country. And so it's an advantage that we shouldn't let go. And so I circulated an amendment to add that piece in. Chair, maybe you can move us to an amendment queue.
Moment. Okay, Councillor, I'll just add you to the amendment queue and advance you. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just to say, I intentionally kept the wording of this pretty high level. I don't mean to be prescriptive about how these. So the amendment is that council includes supporting sustainability, green business, and clean tech within the mandate and lines of service of the new in-house City of Vancouver Business and Economy Office. Intentionally not being prescriptive about how those get included, whether it's a couple words added into the mandate, whether it's part of the existing lines of service. I think as we heard clearly in the presentation, some of that will be iterative, and I'm comfortable with it being iterative as the new staff get hired and the office itself grows into itself, and as we continue to do surveys and gather feedback. So not being prescriptive about exactly what that looks like, but want to make sure that work that has happened and grown in Vancouver over decades, over many, the leadership of many councils across many political stripes, and the leadership of many business leaders, business organizations across the city, that isn't lost, that it continues to be included as a piece of the work that we're doing. So hope that council will support it.
Right. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Despite the fact that Councillor Boyle says she doesn't want it to be prescriptive, I think it actually, that's exactly what it does, and it limits an office that isn't even up and running yet. I think we heard pretty clearly from Karen in her presentation that this isn't the time to start being prescriptive or to start telling the office what they should be focused on. So I'm inclined to let them actually hire the office first, get it up and running before we start directing them, directing what they should be looking at. So I'm going to not support. I'm going to oppose this.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, well, I seconded this because I feel that this is in fact very good general direction. It's not prescriptive. It says include. It doesn't say that this is going to be a priority. The priority is clear in the mandate that's being specified in this report, which is sort of supporting the businesses that exist and the processes of dealing with the city and making sure that our policies and licensing and everything else is easily accomplished. So but what I think it does is it points to the questions that I was actually asking, which is it's not all about just status quo and making sure the things that are here now are really functioning well and smoothly. It is also understanding that the economy is in flux, globally especially, and it's and so every city should be aware of what they should be thinking about in terms of preparing for the inevitable changes that are on us now and that will only continue and in fact become I think greater as time progresses. So for me, this is just a heads up that is part of the mandate, which is important because people read the mandate. It gives you an indication of what the city is about. So the mandate already is clear. If we all support it, the mandate is, making sure that we are doing a good job in facilitating the activities of businesses within the city and making their work within the city easier, faster, and in this case, recognizing that there's change happening within the global economy, within our own economy, and let's make sure that we are paying attention to not just status quo, but change as it occurs.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I think we heard very clear from the Deputy City Manager. When the new director is on board, when the work plan is presented to the council, it is up to the council at that time to decide which sectors to be included as the priority of this office. So it is not appropriate at this platform, which is at a very early stage of this office, to give this specific direction. So yeah, I support this amendment in nature, but I don't think it's appropriate channel to do this amendment at this stage. So with that, I'm not going to support this amendment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Just reflecting a few comments, I certainly agree with Councillor Boyle and Councillor Carr around the importance of the green economy and sector, and there's certainly a lot of great strides being made in this space right here in Vancouver. A number of us just visited and toured some local businesses in the Mount Pleasant area. But that being said, similar to Councillor Zhou, our Deputy City Manager has been very clear that we're not focused on a sectoral focus today. It's just the overarching framework for the office. And the director who's hired will be looking at all of the public feedback that was sought, and they'll be developing a work plan that'll come forward to this council. I think it's worth noting that if there's any question about this council's strategic priorities, we actually embarked on a significant amount of work to articulate those priorities, and they include supporting business and they include addressing the climate emergency. And we have a very robust sustainability department that has got a very good pulse on what's going on in the community. And I do sit on the management board of Invest Vancouver, and it is evolving. I think it's really advanced from its last term. And one of the key industry focuses is the green economy, and that is a priority for Invest Vancouver as well. And that will benefit not only Vancouver, but also the rest of the region. And so I think at this time we should endorse the framework that's been presented. It's a fantastic report. So thank you, Karen. And then we'll look forward to the new director and work plan.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I support this amendment, and I think that it's not overly prescriptive. I think it's pretty generalized. But I want to reflect on this in less of an aspirational perspective and more of a pragmatic perspective. I think Vancouver rightly has a reputation. I think if you asked any Canadian what Canada's greenest city is, they would immediately think Vancouver. I think, this is the city that gave birth to Greenpeace. This is a city that, successive councils and mayors have really championed green innovation. I remember Sam Sullivan was a big champion of eco-density, of course, Gregor Robertson. And we've seen a lot of these innovations happen right here in Vancouver, and I think that's a strength. And I think it would be a mistake to ignore that. I think that this amendment just sort of mentions it, acknowledges that it is one of our strengths, it is part of our brand, and if we want to take this, and again, it's not really being overly prescriptive, saying we have to center around this, but I think it's an important reflection of who we are as a city, and I think what attracts investment to our city is, in fact, that we are we have this reputation as a green city. Surrey does not have a reputation as a green city. Metro Vancouver does not have a reputation as green. Vancouver has this green city reputation, and I think it's a mistake to ignore it, and I think that it could be just woven into the narrative, less prescriptively, more just in a pragmatic, let's build on our strengths, because it is one of our strengths, as is our beautiful environment and sea and mountains and trees. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just wanted to actually ask a point of information through you to Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt. I note that on table C4 of the report, there were questions and surveys. And so these are the results of that. Sorry, I'm getting under the county. Anyway, forgive my voice for a second here. It asked of the number of responses to the question on which of any sector should the business and economy office focus. 24% said green, business sustainability, climate, and clean tech. So I imagine that that's pretty good indication data in terms of interest and focus of this committee. So I just wonder how you've interpreted those responses to the survey and how that will inform the work of this office regardless of the amendment on the floor.
Thanks for the question. I'm always hesitant to bring forward any kind of survey results that aren't representative, and that's what I've done here. And I did it hesitantly. We opted to bring this forward and to talk to stakeholders because we thought it was really important to get the stakeholders' voice, in particular those that had been working with the Vancouver Economic Commission, because they were the ones that were most directly impacted by the decision to decommission the VEC.
Right, but I just wonder, sorry to move it along.
Yeah.
I'm not, this actually, because 20% talked about storefront retail and hospitality. And so what I get from these results, granted, it's maybe not representative of the broader population, is that there are a number of initiatives that folks would like to see that come out of the Vancouver Now sort of newly imagined that would be competing priorities. So I'm trying to get a clear picture. Is this language going to help or change the direction or not? And if so, it would be seen as redundant in my opinion, because we're already doing that work based on the work that's been put into this report so far.
Are you asking whether this amendment, I think this amendment will change what I presented? Okay, thanks. It would be my advice to hold off on calling out specific sectors and definitely not to bake into the mandate statement of the office any specific sectors, because things change over time. But it's completely up to council.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, well, that's fine. And I suspect that is how staff are going to approach this new office, particularly hiring a new director that's going to report back to council with what the deliverables will be and the measurable outcomes. So to sort of presuppose this office with, and I appreciate the intention may not be prescriptive in nature, but it actually is. So I think that at the end of the day, whether this comes to a future meeting in consideration and discussion. So thank you, Karen. I'm just responding now to the amendment just to say that it is indeed prescriptive. We're going to hire a director for this office. They're going to set measurable outcomes. They're going to have all this data to inform what they're going to bring forward. It's only at that time that I think that we can help shape this office in more specific ways. But I wouldn't want to presuppose that these particular sectors are going to be a priority over, for example, storefront and hospitality that have measurable impact to our city in the next few years, with the events coming to Vancouver, FIFA, and other major events. So it's not to say one thing is more important than the other. It's just to say that this is not the time to make a prescriptive direction to staff while we're just trying to get this office off the ground. So I'll leave it there. It doesn't strike me that anything is going to be lost if this amendment fails. We'll still be having this focus regardless. So thank you.
All right. Councillor Broyle, you just jumped on.
Yeah, I just am hoping to ask a question through you, Chair, to staff. So I guess it feels to me like we're in a bit of a chicken or egg. If we're hiring a staff person and starting to set things up and then coming back for some focus, I guess I want to get a better understanding of how we make sure that this piece doesn't get lost down the road. So part of that question is, you had said another report of the new office will come back to council. What's the timeline on that? And at that point, what sort of direction is council giving about the office?
I don't have the report right in front of me. I think I said by the end of the year, we'd come back with a work plan. So that report, to my mind, would be, council can ask for something different, but to my mind would be basically what you have here today is a fairly broad directional set of mandate lines of business. What I anticipate that report would be the next level down, like here's the work plan, here's the specific activities we're going to start to do. Council, do you agree? Do you want us to do something other than this? At that time, I think two other things would come back to council. One would be exactly this question of whether there should be a focus on any specific sectors or whether the work should be sector agnostic. There's pros and cons of both. And the third would be some sense of a performance framework, metrics, performance metrics, and so on. I'll just reiterate that without doing the investment attraction work and without doing program delivery, which is what the report before you recommends, this question of sector focus, it's not irrelevant, but it's less important. You know, this question would be more important, arguably, at Invest Vancouver level, where they're actually working actively on investment attraction, for example. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does answer the question totally. Yeah, that was a helpful answer. Thank you. So maybe I'll just reflect to say, I have heard it's too prescriptive, it's not going to make a difference. I do think this is important to name now, so that when we get a work plan, we're not adding a whole new prong to the work plan down the road. I think these are important pieces to keep alive in the work. And also, these are not sectors that are going to decrease in importance. There's a lot that changes in our economy, but given the very clear science on the climate crisis, we're not going to see a decreased need for this work in the next 30 years. So clearly it's not going to pass, but I maintain that this is important important work that has been a key part of business and the Vancouver economy, and that this council should keep alive. And if we're not doing it here, I hope that we do it at the next step, because this direction is ultimately up to us, and the votes that we make and the decisions that we make are important, both in signaling and in really realizing the work that happens in this office and across the city. So I hope we'll see some support for this important sustainability and green business work at some point, if it's not today.
Councillor Bly.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could, I can commit that we will bring back consideration of this sector, along with some other very important sectors of the city, when we bring back the work plan. Even without council direction, that will be something we'll be doing.
Add another 15 seconds.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think it's important. This is a really important debate, and what can be misconstrued in the public is by not supporting this, then we don't support clean tech and clean economy, which is just simply not true. And the idea that this amendment is going to drive the green economy in our city is a very overinflated statement, I'd say, around what we do and what this office will do. The economy is driving itself because that's where we're going, the green economy. We don't need necessarily to put ourselves in, to me, it actually sort of overinflates our position as a city council. We're not driving this economy. It is its own massive global movement. It's not denying science in terms of climate because we don't support this amendment. So I just need to state for the record that we don't start conflating things and making it political here. There are huge movements happening around tourism, hospitality that all lean into the green economy. So it's incredibly important. So I'll just leave it there.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I think I have a bit more time. Just to clarify, I don't think the intent here is to become political around this. It's actually to be practical, in that it recognizes that there is a whole development of the economy that we should be paying attention to and taking advantage of and preparing for, and supporting businesses to participate in. And that is to recognize that is, I think, sort of common sense. If you leave it out, it sounds like the whole office is just focused on sort of the practical work of making sure businesses, have an easier time in terms of processing their different fees or licenses and permits, and making sure things run smoothly. And I don't think that should be all that it's about. It's just recognizing, let's be thoughtful about preparing for what is inevitably going to be a really important sort of more not future-oriented, recognizing that the future is there and preparing for the future that is coming to us all. So I just think it's practical. It's not prescriptive. It just says it will just include supporting these sectors. And so as I say, I feel there's a bit of fear-mongering going on here.
All right, thank you, Councillor. All right, with no other speakers, we will bring the vote on the amendment to a vote. Clerk, we can get to voting panel, please. Okay, so that vote does not pass with Councillors Klassen, Kirby-Young, Dominato, Bly, Montague, and Joe in opposition. Okay, so we will go back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I do just want to reiterate, I really appreciate so much about this report. I'm excited about the work that this new office is going to do. And like I said, I particularly am excited about the work that this new office will do in supporting local businesses. That's a need we've heard so clearly. I appreciate that that this green economy work will come back as part of the next report. It's clearly something we hear from businesses and business leaders across the city. So I appreciate that will remain in a live thread and look forward to the work to come on this front.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to have to cede the chair for just for a quick final comment. And I don't to Councillor Bly, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. Thanks. This will be very brief. I just again want to reiterate how thankful I am to staff for essentially sort of taking this direction and allowing us as a council to signal to our small business operators and our business community that Vancouver is prepared to work closely with them and make sure that we actually help them to be successful. We know that they employ a lot of people here. Affordability is a huge challenge for a lot of people in the city right now. So having a very strong economy and job sector will mean that more people will be able to employed, more people will be able to afford to live here. And it just, again, sends an incredibly great signal as we start to move into a new paradigm with AI and other technologies being going to really change the face of how we work in this country. And so this office will definitely help to represent Vancouver in its mandate to and the direction of this council to try and become a more a supportive city when it comes to helping our small and medium-sized and large businesses in this city. So thanks very much. So with that, I'm concluding my comments, and we will, clerk, now take this to a vote. Voting on the original. And that passes unanimously. Thanks very much, everybody. Okay, so that concludes report 1. Report 4 was held for discussion. Does any member, and that is residential laneway design and local improvements procedure bylaw update, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, this item has a staff presentation. We have team members here to present this item. All right. Good morning, Lon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Do you want to try and get the presentation up? I'm Lon Leclerc. I'm the General Manager of Engineering Services. Just want to introduce this report very quickly. We have a very short presentation. It's around 12 minutes. This is a report back on Council's request for us to provide a status update on Country Lanes. And just to mention that Country Lanes were one of the first green infrastructure projects we've ever done at the City of Vancouver. And when you think about green infrastructure, what it basically is, it's actually allowing rainwater into the ground rather than going directly into our sewers. So as part of this presentation, Rob Lukes, our Manager of Green Infrastructure Implementation, will report back on the design of green lanes, green infrastructure and lanes. But when we did this, you'll see that there's a Part B recommendation in this report, and that is we noticed that there's a huge backlog of requests for lane improvements and street improvements across the city, and we believe that's because of the way that our local improvement program is structured. So the second recommendation seeks approval to change our local improvement program, and here today speaking to that will be Joyce Lee, our Manager of Streets Design. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rob.
Good morning, Council. As Lon said, my name is Rob Lukes. I'm the branch manager for Green Infrastructure Implement.
Just one moment.
Yes.
I'll get you to just turn. Yeah, okay, it's all taken care of. Carry on. Thanks. It was just a microphone issue.
Okay. As I said, I'm Rob Lukes, the branch manager of Green Infrastructure Implementation and Engineering Services. And this report presented to Council has 2 laneway-related objectives. I'll be speaking to the first, which is a report back to Council on the Country Lane pilots. Out of this, we'll be recommending that green rainwater infrastructure, or GRI, be implemented for all new laneway paving projects where feasible. And then the second part, which will be presented by Joyce Lee, branch manager of street design, is a proposed update to the local improvement program. Their staff are recommending that 100% of local improvement costs be covered by the benefiting property owners. There are over 700 kilometers of laneways in the city. Paved laneways have an impact on our sewer system and local waters. A typical laneway is 800 square meters, and when paved, this would direct 1.2 million liters to the sewer in an average rain year. And so then, depending on whether this laneway is what the state of the sewer separation is, where this laneway is. It could be contributing to combined sewer overflows or to stormwater pollution to our local waterways. A typical laneway in a residential neighborhood could produce 450 pounds of stormwater sediment with runoff in a typical year. These flows would also contribute to worsening performance of sewers already strained due to climate change. So for these reasons, and to meet the targets set out in the Rain City strategy, staff are recommending to council that GRI be required for new laneway paving projects. The city has piloted a number of GRI options for laneways over the past 20 years, the first of these being the country lanes. Council approved funding for 3 country lane pilots in 2002, and they were then constructed in 2003. The first in the Kensington neighborhood, south of East 27th Avenue. The second, a small laneway off Maple Street in Fairview, and then the last in Hastings Sunrise neighborhood off Yale Street. They all use plastic grid paver that can be filled with soil and grass or gravel, but each of these laneways had some variation on that design. In short, these were a success. They reduced urban heat island, added green space, engaged the community, and were very permeable, at least initially. This project was award-winning. It also inspired sustainable laneway programs in other cities in Canada and the US. And I also credit this program with opening the door to more GRI solutions in the city and eventual adoption of the Rain City strategy. Engineering Services has performed a half-dozen inspections of the country lanes over the past 20 years and has also produced several reports and case studies over that time. By far, the laneway near 27th Avenue, which is pictured here, is looking the best and still providing many of the intended goals. That said, there are a variety of reasons why the city hasn't built more. The country lanes were more than double the cost of conventional paving. And given the multiple materials and multi-step process in construction, there are no easy ways to bring down that cost significantly. The laneways also deteriorated over time and significantly by the 12-year mark. And in many cases, the plastic grids also disintegrating. In addition, they are very difficult places to get even hardy vegetation to survive, given the traffic and also the tendency for the structure to dry out during the summer. And then in terms of rainfall absorption, they also did have high permeability initially, but over time that has been seen to reduce as the grids became clogged and compacted. And there was really no easy way to restore that permeability except for resetting the pavers and then refilling them with the soil, grass, or gravel. So basically doing a partial reconstruction. So due to these barriers, engineering has trialed other GRI options for laneways over the past few years. In 2011, Streets constructed porous asphalt laneway in the Cambie Village neighborhood. This option is still quite expensive, and the standard is still being refined by engineering services with a new porous asphalt mix to be piloted later this year. The most cost-effective option for meeting rainwater management goals is to use dry wells. These are basically like perforated manholes. We haven't installed any of them in laneways yet, but we have 17 installed in similar conditions in residential roadways. Of these, we have monitoring equipment in 3 of them, and then we find that they are draining well and managing large rainfall events. And then another option is that we can deploy in laneways is infiltration trenches. There are 78 of these installed around the city, and we installed our first as part of a laneway project in 2022 near Harriet Street. The infiltration trenches are basically long trenches filled with gravel. Rainwater enters through pretreatment catch basins, and then it's distributed through distribution pipes through the trench. These are larger and more expensive than dry wells, but we would typically use them where there's slower infiltration or a flat, difficult to drain laneway. We actually had both of those issues with that laneway off Harriet Street. And in fact, it was cheaper to install the infiltration trench rather than trying to service this laneway with an extension to the sewer system. We're also monitoring this system over the past 2 years. We have not seen any overflows from this infiltration trench, and that includes 4 events that were over 48 millimeters. So in terms of country lanes and next steps, we are recommending that GRI be incorporated into all new laneway paving projects where feasible. We will continue to pilot GRI laneway options that maximize benefits and improve cost effectiveness. And then we'll also achieve green space goals through capital investments in spaces that benefit the most people. Furthermore, utilizing existing programs like Green Streets program, the Boulevard Gardening Guidelines, and placemaking programs. And with that, I will hand it over for part 2 to Joyce.
Hello, everyone hear me? My name is Joyce Lee, and I'm the manager of the Streets Design Branch in Engineering Services. I'm here to discuss the Local Improvement Program updates. So the Local Improvement Program was established in 1960s and has been responsible for the construction of the majority of the residential laneways in the city and many residential streets such as streetlights, sidewalks, curbs, and lane speed humps. The Local Improvement Program offers residents an opportunity to initiate street improvements that would otherwise likely not be prioritized or constructed through the city's existing capital programs. Note that the Local Improvement Program is not the primary or preferred way by which the city constructs new sidewalks or rehabilitates existing sidewalks, street paving, or other street infrastructure. In recent times, the most local improvement projects have primarily been property owner driven with a focus on lane paving. The most common local improvement projects are lane paving, lane lighting, and speed humps. The program is administered through a petition process where 2/3 support from benefiting property owners is required, with the costs recovered wholly or in part by a special tax on the benefiting property owners. Here's an example of a recent local improvement project completed by the city. This is the lane west of Harriet Street between East 28th and East 30th. You can see the photo on the left is the local improvement project condition, and then the one on the right is the fully paved project. And this is actually the one that Rob mentioned where there's an infiltration trench underneath. So there are challenges with the current local improvement program and the way it's structured. The Local Improvement Program, especially for lane paving, is currently a cost-shared program between the city, where we have 30%, and the property owners fund 70%. Due to the limited funds available for the city's cost-share portion, this leads to very long wait times for the residences. Some residents could wait up to 10 years to petition their neighbors for improvements. There is no dedicated capital budget for lane paving. Engineering allocates $200,000 annually towards the city's cost-share portion of the local improvement projects, which is out of the local roads budget. And from recent pavement condition survey, it shows that our local road network will continue to deteriorate with current funding levels. The $200,000 annually allows for paving of approximately 4 laneways. Currently, there are 150 lane paving requests in the queue. To eliminate the backlog of 150 requests, it will cost approximately $9 million for the city's cost-share portion. Staff are recommending a summary of the proposed program updates. All proposed improvements, including lane paving, to be 100% property owner funded, including existing requests. And this will include design, project management, inspection, and hard construction costs. This 100% property owner funded is consistent with other Lower Mainland and other Canadian municipality local improvement program structure. It's good to note that lane lighting, speed humps, and traffic circles are already 100% property owner funded through the existing bylaw. With the removal of the city's cost share portion of the program, the local improvement can intake as many petitions as requested on an annual cycle. We can expand the local improvement program to allow more types of street improvements to be requested, such as sidewalks, curb and gutter, and local road paving. And with the updated improvements to the program, residents will still need to have a successful property owner petition, 2/3 in favor, in order to move projects forward. We have an example here of the financial implications of moving their local improvements with 100% funded. So the average cost of a standard asphalt lane improvement is $195,000, with an average number of 30 benefiting property owners. Each property owner has the option of paying a lump sum cost or an annual cost amortized over 15 years. With the current local improvement program of 70% cost share portion paid by the property owner, each property pays an annual cost of $440. With the proposed local improvement update of 100% property owner funded and the implementation of green rainwater infrastructure and laneway projects where feasible, the property owners will pay an annual cost ranging from $630 to $880. Benefits to the local improvement program and moving to 100% property owner funded will address the 150 lane request backlog within 3 to 5 years. Staff plan on delivering this with external construction delivery. We will allow the program to continue to intake new requests. And at future state, once the backlog has been cleared, engineering will construct new street infrastructure requests within 2 to 3 years after petitions have been initiated. And the city can upfront loan the capital required for an increased volume of local improvement project construction using debenture funding. So in conclusion, with the approval of the report's recommendation, the city can provide better customer service to the residents. The local improvement program lane paving request backlog can be eliminated, and we can provide more timely petitions moving forward. It would also allow the city's cost share portion to be redirected towards other local roads rehabilitation projects that are in greater need of repair. And with the implementation of green rainwater infrastructure wherever feasible in laneways, it will improve the city's management of rainwater runoff in laneways and supports the city's climate change adaptation goals.
All right, thank you very much. We do have some questions from council. First of all, council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions, so I'll advance the queue. Councillor Fry.
Great, thanks, Chair. I have 2 questions for each different kind of presentation. So I'll start with the local improvement projects, just because we just discussed that. I was looking through its context in the Vancouver Charter. Section 500, Part 14 of Vancouver Charter gives us the opportunity for these local improvement projects, but I note that it is completely skewed towards assessed property owners. And I appreciate that that is how the funding model works. But that strikes me as there's a bit of inequity there. So if we have, especially as we have a growing population of renters relative to owners, and where there may be a demonstrable need that the local residents want to see as an improvement, say a paved lane or whatever, and how we could facilitate that in a way that maybe could be crowdsourced by residents or not necessarily dependent on. Has that come up in your analysis? I mean, because we are really skewing this towards just assessed owners rather than people who live there.
That's correct. Currently, as how the charter is written, it's only for the benefiting property owners. We haven't looked at how it would affect how to make changes to the Vancouver Charter regarding to that, but we can take that away and.
Sure. Do we have a comparator to other cities, how they might do it? And just wondering if this is something other cities have grappled with and like recognized, oh, there's an opportunity to infuse some equity in this process, and it isn't just dependent on who owns the properties.
Generally, I think most cities do it the same way. It's also a bit of a reflection that these are very localized improvements that generally don't provide citywide benefit, but really benefit those adjacent property owners. And it's also a reflection that frontage and rear improvements, whether it's sidewalk, street lighting, paving, all of those things, actually have a reflection on the property value itself. I think that for that reason, we're certainly comfortable with the general format.
It is something I would want to explore more, because also we know that local improvements can also be speed humps and various sort of traffic calming interventions for public safety that, again, may not be reflected by the interest of the property owners, but maybe by the people who live there and have kids that go to school there or whatever.
Oh, I wouldn't, I mean, I would say the majority of our lane humps are on multifamily rental apartments. Generally, the higher density areas of the city have improved lanes and have been improved a long time ago. Generally, when we improve lanes, we see speeds go up. And so the request for the speed hump comes afterwards. The lane hump, speed humps have always been 100% property tax funded. So there's no backlog on that and no outstanding requests.
Okay, that's helpful. On to the country lanes and the green rainwater infrastructure. So is there a, I mean, I appreciate that we are kind of shifting towards the green rainwater, their GRI. Is there a country lane 2.0 that kind of meets that sort of, like literally growing kind of piece? And I appreciate that we're talking about bioswales and stuff as interventions and that kind of thing in the.
Yeah, I think the challenge that we're running up against is I think the plastic grid pavers is probably on the far end of the application use when you think of the level of usage that a lot of our laneways see and the servicing requirements. So it's a difficult. There's not an optimal solution that can give us a lot of that green, grassy laneway look and also meet some of the servicing requirements of those laneways. We do consult with counterparts in other cities around North America that have green laneway programs. And they've run into some similar challenges with these types of projects, or even there's concrete grids that also can be planted with grass as well. And we see a movement away from that and using more of the subsurface systems or permeable pavements for their laneways. And then focusing that green space efforts and investments on spaces that will have benefit the most people, be experienced by the most people.
Okay, and forgive me, I mean, if this is a ridiculous question, but do lanes even need to be paved at all? I know that in Detroit, for instance, where the lanes fell apart and they became de facto greenways, and they still see, heavy vehicle traffic, and I presume they add.
Councillor, you're at time there.
All right, well.
But you can. Councillor Domnato.
Thanks, Chair, and kind of pursuing similar questions around laneways and improvements. I was curious with the adoption of, for example, the Broadway plan, where we have the potential now for more multifamily on streets adjacent to arterials and multiplexes, and that being also part of our broader work. A little bit to the point of renters, but more so that you still have building owners of those properties. And so how would they fit in the context of an improvement to a lane? So moving away from sort of the single detached home, but the owner of a rental building or a strata building, and would they have to canvass strata owners, or in this case renters, if they were wanting to participate in a lane improvement? Because I can see this popping up in the future, is that we're going to have single detached homes, and then we're going to have multiplexes, and we're going to have potentially multi-unit buildings in the same blocks. And so what does that look, and does our bylaw charter contemplate that as well?
Yeah, the bylaw does contemplate in a more higher zoned residential area. So with this 100% funded, it requires all property owners, so including the strata owners, to pay for the lane improvements. In our previous bylaw, it states that for a higher zone, there's a different cost share between the city. I think for a higher zone, it's actually on the property owners to pay for more because of the densification of the lane. So it has been incorporated, but with 100%, it will be all property owners, including within the strata.
What about in the case of rental buildings? There's still an owner of that property, that site. Would would they be part of, so if I'm petitioning, I live in the block and I want to see a laneway improvement, would they be going to the owner of that rental property?
Correct, I
And
believe so.
would they have a requirement to canvass the tenants of the rental units? Or would it be simply the onus on the property owner who decides of that property that decided being a rental building? In this case, they could participate in that and sign on as a petitioner?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm Ross McFarland. I'm the capital program manager within Streets Design, and the local improvement program falls within my team. Thanks. Yeah, so for any local improvement project, all the benefiting owners would need to be canvassed. So taking a strata, for example, the individual owners of those strata units would need to be canvassed. So that actually is a barrier or a reason why we haven't typically seen very many petitions requested or successful along denser multifamily or kind of tower typology type lanes. Most often it is more in our single family neighborhoods where it's just an individual homeowner that goes around and maybe talks to the other 30 homes on the block. Not to say it's impossible, but yes, that kind of lead petitioner who's made that request would need to get access or find a way to contact all those individual strata owners. And if it's a rental building, they would need to get in touch of whoever the individual or corporate owner is of that building.
Property. Okay, that's great. And then last question is just I appreciate you bringing this forward to deal with that backlog and funding constraints. Was there any public canvassing as part of our ongoing work that we do, part of our annual budget surveys or anything in terms of informing this? Or those applicants who've made applications that are sort of waiting in the queue?
Yeah, we haven't done any formal public or kind of neighborhood-wide surveying around local improvement specifically, but we do receive a lot of direct feedback, both from residents who are on the queue and have been on the queue for potentially 10 years, a long time, really wanting to see their lane project moving forward. Or if we get new inquiries and those residents are kind of informed about the petition process and also the fact that there is a queue and they might be waiting a long time, I'd say the kind of informal feedback sometimes is they just choose not to pursue it because they just don't think that they will get through the queue in the timeline that they would like to see.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. One of the things that you mentioned was that the huge backlog here, and that with the 150 requests in the queue, we get to 4 or 5 a year. That's a 30-year, potentially a 30-year wait for some people. And this, we figure, can bring it down to 3 or 4 years to deal with all that. Do we have the staff capacity to do that? And how does that affect, how are we budgeting for that? I'm assuming that we either have to take them from other projects or we have to ramp up.
Yeah, we did thank you for the question. We did think about this. And so as part of the 100% property owner funded, we are asking for property owners to pay for design and for project management and for inspection and for hard construction costs. So to wrap this up, we can do external delivery or we can choose to do internal design and hire new staff with the cost being covered fully by the property owners.
So the actual work done at the scene is relatively minor compared to the work behind the scenes and the preamble, so the actual paving and fixing potholes is actually a small amount of the work that needs to be done. I'm just wondering, do we have city?
Yeah, I think that depending on the successful petitions, it's how we would ramp it up or down. And so if all 150 were successful, we would package it up and do external delivery.
Okay, and how does this translate into the local streets? A lot of laneways in disrepair and that, but how does it translate to the front roads, someone's sidewalk, the gutters, issues with their front streets? I know there's a large number of roads, local roads in Vancouver that have no gutters or have no sidewalks.
Yes, so it was the cost share portion for those streets that had no, we call them unimproved streets that have no curb and gutter or sidewalks. And it was the cost share portions of the cities that was hindering the projects from going forward. If it was 100% funded, we would offer it to the property owners that were interested in, and we would move forward through the local improvement program.
So it would be 100%
Property owner
funded as well. And how much of a backlog do we have on those?
Well, currently, we're not actually intaking any of those requests due to the cost share portion of the city it was required for. But with 100% funded, we're now saying we want to open it up.
Okay,
to
so
all
it's
sorts of
so bad that we just couldn't handle any requests, basically.
No, just for your information, so that example that you provided, it's coming out of our local roads budget annually, $2.5 million to redo a street, a typical residential street, to add curb and gutter and do lane paving. It could range around $500,000. So just to do one segment of road in our entire network is a huge percentage.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's why we have never opened it up in our local improvement program as an option.
Okay. And the laneways I see is a amortization of about a 15-year period.
Yeah.
Would that be the same for local streets, or because it's more expensive, we would amortize that over a longer period of time?
Currently, as per the bylaw, those are, each type is different. For a lane pavement, it's 15 years, and for pavement and gutters, it's 15 years.
Okay. And if you had to have sidewalks and other additional thing, would it?
Sidewalks are 15 years as well. So one that's different is lane lighting. I believe it's because the cost is less, so that's 5 years, and then for street lighting, it's 10.
Okay. Thanks. I get a lot of questions about this sorts of things, so it's nice to have that information. I appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I actually am just going to go back first to Councillor Fry's question because I'm curious about the answer of, do we need to pave laneways?
That's
I feel like Lon
question.
has like
Yeah,
1 hour
I guess
or
it's
one word answer to this.
like we're as a asset manager of engineering and street infrastructure, I think it's not a high priority for us right now due to the amount of people it serves. However, if you ask the general public and the residences, they believe they do like their lanes being paved. I'll let Lon.
I would also just say that sometimes lanes get into such a poor condition that we're repairing or like doing minor repairs so often that it does hit a point where it would make sense. For a lot of lanes that get very little use or don't have significant problems, there's no real need to pave them.
Okay, and based on our own vehicles engineering, we don't see a need. Like our garbage pickup, recycling pickup use tends to run smoothly on lanes not paved. I guess just clarifying, this is, and the local improvement charge gets to this, but this is at the request of residents, and where there are challenges with our own public services, we would be undertaking those improvements anyway.
No, it's usually for traffic. For garbage pickup. We hear it through service requests through our own system, and we will repair potholes for them, but it is not a main source of reason why we would implement paving.
Okay, great. I also just want to go back to, I think, a previous question around kind of Country Lane 2.0. Just to clarify, my takeaway from this report is that, there's a lot of charm and kind of aesthetic interest in the country lanes, that staff's work reflected that it's not a cost-effective approach. It's not working well. Is there a kind of like low-cost Country Lane 2.0 option that exists, or is what's being recommended in the report the pivot from that?
Right. So in terms of cost, the and particularly with this change to 100% covered by local property owners, I could see that as a hard sell. It was around double the cost of conventional paving, and there may be some ways to bring that down. Initially, those property owners around those pilot laneways did reject the cost as part of the petition process. They were also surveyed after the construction of the program, and still it was 52% of the respondents said they would be willing to pay the additional cost for the country lane design. In terms of a Country Lane 2.0, I think there could be still a way forward there. I think maybe with some acknowledgement of some of the trade-offs. So one, I think the permeability problem is an issue. It's not that once these are clogged and compacted, they're as bad as a paved laneway. You know, you still might get 5 to 10 millimeters of rainfall retained on these lanes, but we're not hitting the Rain City targets of 48 millimeters with these laneway designs. Some of the recommendations from staff that did work on these originally, you know, had some thoughts on how to streamline them. So doing something similar to what was done with the Maple Street pilot, where there were fewer materials, so it was just edge to edge with the grid pavers, and they used gravel in the tire lanes, so that could help to simplify the design and bring down costs. I think we would also want to do some research on some other grid paver products. You know, there's probably been some improvements, innovations, something better in the last 20 years.
Okay, I appreciate that. Have we looked at, or could we look at like kind of rewilding lanes in a way that still allows vehicle access, but actually moves away from cement and into more greening?
The challenge is just with this space. It's 6 meters wide. There's, once you have that durable surface that you need for vehicles, there's just not much space left over to work with.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'm on the queue here. I know that we've positioned this around green rainwater infrastructure. Have we given much consideration to the kind of the heat island and off-gassing effects of the laneways? I note that the Metro Vancouver just recently released a report talking about tree canopy and the heat island effect.
Yes, that's definitely one of the main disadvantages of the kind of baseline alternatives proposed here, the dry wells and infiltration trenches. It still has a standard asphalt laneway. You know, as the branch manager of green infrastructure, I certainly don't want to be promoting more pavement in the city. In terms of the urban heat island, the focus has really been on the tree canopy as getting the most bang for the buck, not just the number of trees, but healthy tree canopy. And so that's where we've been focusing a lot of our attention and reducing urban heat island, not just putting trees in empty pits, but also providing them with the soil volume and access to rainwater runoff to help sustain and grow a large tree canopy. So we have several large projects happening this year that focus on tree canopy on Terminal Avenue.
Because I want to stick to the lanes, and certainly because we've got the number came 700 kilometers worth of lanes. If we were to take a portion of those and make them not so that they're fully asphalt and driving all of that heat island effect throughout the city, do you think that would have a way for us to reduce that heat island effect in the city?
Yes, I mean, it's a question we can take back to do some more analysis on, but it definitely has an impact on urban heat islands.
You painted the laneways as being a success, but a barrier was around the cost. So I sort of put it to you that the environmental cost is something that we also need to consider. But with the presence of laneway homes on more and more back alleys right now, is there any incentive for us to try and create better conditions for the people who have to look out onto asphalt versus a garden or a nice green space?
Again, it gets to trying to find that perfect solution that gives you both the surface that you need for people and vehicles to move in and out, but also giving you that green space. And I don't think we found that kind of magic solution yet. And I would argue having more laneway houses on the lanes might make it even more difficult, I think, to get like a grid paver product to sustain vegetation.
I realize that there are a lot of competing pressures for staff time and where things go in this one. But over the last 21 years that I have been a steward of the Country Lane on 27th Avenue, there have been, I think, only one time a city maintenance crew came in there, which was to clean a plugged catchment. I'm just wondering if the maintenance costs themselves are also something that we want to consider, given that there's been virtually no maintenance in 20 years of this pilot.
We did do a recent check for work orders, and I believe there actually have been around 6 work orders, and they have increased in frequency. So I believe 4 of them have actually been in the last 3 or 4 years along that particular country laneway. So like we are seeing the maintenance needs increasing.
Okay, and in terms of the grid paver product, it seems to me that that was something that was trialed in the pilot in 2003. Have we not been able to look for other types of products and perhaps even could shift the paradigm a little bit in terms of how we actually create that surface that is drivable?
So the review did focus on the products that were used in the Country Lane pilots, doing a further review of some alternative options as something that we can do.
Okay, thanks very much. That's my time. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, staff, for the report. I just want to kind of go back to drawing on lane design, how this ties into the bigger picture of our sewer separation work and the green water array infrastructure, that balance between gray and green, as we're working to separate our aging sewers and expedite our separation rate, but how the green infrastructure played a role in that. And so I wonder if you can expand on your comments around which technology is going to better meet our targets with respects to the rainwater capture and what the significance of that need is.
So based on our monitoring and observations, the permeable pavements and infiltration trench and dry well options have been meeting our 48 millimeters requirements. There's still some more work to be done on the permeable pavements, and I think as we develop a standard, I think there might also need to be some upgrades to maintenance equipment or new maintenance equipment specifically for permeable pavements. But the country lanes, based on the observations, aren't meeting the 48 millimeter capture target. So if by adopting recommendation A, it helps to ensure that, paving these laneways, an unpaved laneway still has an impact on the sewer system. Paving it increases that. This will help mitigate that and not restrict development going forward. I think all of that said, we also might look to be doing retrofits on existing laneways that in areas where the sewer system is constrained or priority housing areas where we...
So can I jump in just for time? So if you say not restrict development moving forward, does that mean then that potentially a country lane typology would be less applicable to multifamilies? Our city is growing and more applicable to the kind of single family home paradigm just because of the density and the greater demand on the sewer system?
I think if I understand the question, I think it's applicable in both scenarios. So paving the laneways will have these negative capacity constraints on the sewers. Already in single family home areas that aren't densifying, there's existing constraint issues in those areas that are...
Can I ask the question maybe more simply just for time? Is it more feasible, would a country lane be more feasible for single family homes from that technology capacity perspective than it would be in multifamily homes as we move into more of the multiplex and the denser forms and the 6-story and the other denser forms?
Yes, I would say the country lanes would be more feasible in a single family, lower traffic kind of situation.
Okay. And then moving on to the cost share proposal in here, and you said it's about, would say if we move to 100% versus the current 70-30, about 2.5 million per year. What could 2.5 million per year do reasonably? Like how many traffic signals or other type sidewalk, amount of miles of sidewalk or something else? What's the trade-off on?
The $2.5 million is from the local roads budget, annual budget. So local roads budget does basically just local road paving and repaving. And so we can currently, with 2.5 million, only rehabilitate 0.4% of our current local road network.
I know, but I'm saying, like, could it be used for sidewalks, for example, to extend sidewalks where we don't have them? We know that's a huge need across the city.
Yeah, the sidewalk rehab is 1.25 million, and we keep our programs separate between two. If you're asking if we can use local road money for sidewalk rehab, currently we've separated those programs.
We have currently, but it doesn't mean that we can't use it. I guess the question I'm asking is the equivalent amount of funding. And maybe, Chair, maybe I can use for a second round because it's taking a little bit of time to get these answers. Can I do that now?
All right, all in favor? Okay, that moves carry. Thanks very much. Councillor, you still have 20 seconds.
I'll carry on. So my question is not what the practice we've done in the past, but what is what does that amount of money equate to? How many blocks of sidewalk could we build? How many additional local roads could we improve? I'm looking for that sense of scope, and I'll come back on for the answer because I'm at time. Okay. Thanks
very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's two issues I'm grappling with. One is the costs, and the other is the impacts on the actual environment of the infrastructure. So, I'm okay about the costs. I don't think I need to pursue that. But in terms of the impacts, I'm concerned when you say that and it was a great question to ask. The country lanes are more feasible in single-family neighborhoods, but we just got rid of all single-family zoning in the city, and so the future is going to be in multiple homes, up to 6 or 8 even, on a lot, plus more density. So have staff started to think about the transformation of lanes in that kind of density? And what I'd like you to think about is this. I remember must have been a couple of terms ago, we had some visits from people in Europe who talked about our inefficient garbage and recycling pickup and systems that are employed in especially the lowland countries in Europe, where they have block by block pickup systems where you don't have it in your basement in a truck coming down a lane. You just take it out to the street, and it's and there's a reduction in waste at the same time. Are we sort of thinking that futuristically?
Again, to kind of point to Rob's team's work on the green infrastructure and lanes, specifically to address the impact on the sewer system and stormwater, the options that they've developed, the dry well and the infiltration trench, achieve what we're looking for. So they 100% deal with the issue and kind of the goals set out in the Rain City strategy,
Right.
And do so sometimes better than the existing lane condition and sometimes better than a country lane.
Okay. In the future, I mean, are we really thinking we're still going to have these honking big pickup trucks going down, the garbage trucks going down lanes, picking up all this garbage? We're supposed to be reducing waste. I mean, is there not another concept to think about? Because that's one of the problems with the green, with the country lanes, you said, was the bigger vehicles that.
Yeah, again, to the challenges with our lanes, we actually try to achieve a lot of servicing in the lanes. The width dimensions actually have to be entirely drivable, just so that one vehicle can pass another vehicle. And of course, as we densify, I don't see that need changing. And so that's where the challenge with growing things in that driving space is really the big challenge.
Yep. I'm still thinking into the future in terms of You know, there's a lot of space we could be using for public benefit in lanes if we think about it in terms of green space, et cetera. But it means rethinking, you know, the vehicle use.
What's interesting is that we feel we have more opportunity on the street, which is actually quite a bit bigger, and often has no need for garbage pickup. It doesn't have driveways. It doesn't, depending on how our city is laid out, the lane actually has a vehicle requirement. The street can often be closed to traffic entirely.
Well, that is a goal of our Vancouver plan, is it not? Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. Hoping for an answer to my last question. We can start there.
Okay. I'm going to just pause for one quick moment. I just want to make sure that we're able to finish this item by lunch. Can I get a motion to complete this item? It's moved and seconded. All right, all in favor? Thanks very much.
Motion. Chair, Chair, I couldn't hear that. Can you repeat what the motion was?
Just moving council's approval for completing this item. So it might go after 12.
Till what? Did you specify the motion till what time? If it takes
I'm hoping that this item will be done not long after 12, but we are getting up against the clock.
Can we make that no later than 12:30?
Yeah, okay. No later than, sure. I don't think it'll be that long, but so it's going to be to no later, so that we can have council approval for that. Thanks very much. Very good. Councillor, I'll give you back another minute.
Thank you. Okay, staff, can I get an answer to my last question, please? Just in terms of if we're putting the cost back onto residents, what the 30% of the 2.5 million would equate to could be bought. And I know my timer's still at a minute and I'm just starting, Chair.
I just want to remind that the local roads budget of 2.5 million is for all of the network, not for the local improvement program. So currently the city allocates $200,000 for the local improvement program. And if we transfer that from 70% to 100%, we can pave 0.5 kilometers of the local road with the $200,000.
45 kilometers.
Sorry, 0.5.
0.5, sorry. Sorry, the audio is not great today. Thank you for that. That's why I was asking clarification. The report notes on page 3 around several Canadian municipalities. Many local governments have some or all Laneway projects funded. Would you say it's the majority of Canadian cities? Like, can you give us some color on that? How many cities were surveyed? Which cities, for example, charge residents 100%? Is it a half, 3/4? Who did you look at? Can you give us some perspective on that?
So we surveyed a bunch of neighboring municipalities like Burnaby and Richmond, and also we looked at Edmonton and Calgary. And sorry, can you repeat the end of your question?
Sorry, you said you looked at Edmonton, Calgary. I'm just wondering how many did you look at? And is that representative sample? I'm trying to look to get a sense of if Vancouver would be aligned with a high number of cities, if we would be an outlier. How many cities are doing this at 100%?
Question?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll take a first stab. We also have staff member Matthew Cowell online who did some of that Pure City research. But we surveyed roughly 4 or 5 other lower mainland municipalities along with Edmonton and Calgary. And what we found is, in fact, we are the outlier currently. Like other municipalities do not have the backlog that we do. Most other municipalities are 100% resident funded for all or most of their local improvement project types. Also, part of the reason we have a backlog is just we have a denser laneway network than some of those other municipalities.
Okay. Great. And then who were the 4 or 5 lower mainland cities, please?
Matthew, are you online? Are you able to speak to which lower mainland municipalities we surveyed or spoke with?
Yes, I can. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Matthew.
Okay, great. So we talked to the District of North Van, we talked to Burnaby, Richmond, Coquitlam, and New Westminster, as well as Calgary, Edmonton, and Ottawa for the rest of Canada.
Okay. And then my last question is, with respect to sewer separation, I know that it's a federally mandated requirement, and Vancouver is a bit on the back foot there, being one of the older city and having the older infrastructure, whereas other newer cities started separation sort of earlier on or from the get-go. So are we facing fines if we don't meet our CSO reduction mandated requirements?
No, we're not facing any fines at this point. The The strategy that we're kind of obliged to right now is separate all sewers by 2050. So if there was to be a fine, it wouldn't occur till that point, because that's the first point we would be in contravention. We're actually looking to introduce performance metrics that are more outcome-based. So rather than simple sewer separation, that we focus on the quality of the water that goes to our receiving bodies, and that we actually start achieving healthier waters sooner, much sooner than 2050. So that's a shift in approach.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple more questions for me before hopefully we wrap up questions. With regards to the question around multifamily, it seems to me that we have more of an imperative now with densification to try and create more livable green spaces. Do country lanes potentially provide that sort of softer, greener environment that people go, especially when we have pressure on a lack of park space in some communities?
As part of this research, we've also been talking to street activities and potential opportunities they might have for activating laneways. One thing in discussion was updating the boulevard planting guidelines to also include laneways as well, and also kind of promoting those types of opportunities at their events.
Okay. Part of the wear and tear of the, well, in fact, probably most of the wear and tear on the existing country lane pilot is due to waste collection vehicles going through there. Is there a way for us to work with our team to make sure that they can try not to drive on the meridians, for example, where there is grass?
Yes, that's something that could be done. I think probably the question needs to be looked a little more deeply into if that's the only issue of damaging the grid pavers. I mean, people with their motor vehicles will also have an impact on the pavers.
Okay. And sort of lastly, usually when it does rain, there might be some initial pooling, but within a matter of a short period of time, the water tends to soak into the ground. Is that a reflection on the success of these softer, greener services in terms of dealing with the disbursement of rainwater?
Yeah, so again, the country lanes, at this stage, are definitely not contributing the same amount of volume that a paved laneway. It's definitely an improvement. You have a lot of abstractions, the potholes or even the cups of the grid pavers are holding some of that rainfall volume. But when we get the larger events, those fill up and we do have runoff.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you. One of your questions just prompted one last question for me around garbage pickup. I live in the West End, and there are probably 7 or 8 driveways leading from apartment blocks into the lane, and I swear every one of those condos has a different garbage pickup firm that they've employed. So it's not one garbage truck that comes down per week. It's like one every day at the minimum, and sometimes way more than one a day. So who's the authority that we need to prompt to get this where there's just one system, not this plethora of different agencies and companies that are picking up garbage?
Yeah, that's a significant issue that we've been struggling with for some time, particularly acute in some of the business districts as well, like Yaletown, where you have a dumpster for every business. And of course, that even takes up a lot of road space and space that could be used for other uses. Having a harmonized collection system is not something that's been an easy path, but it is something we have been looking at for quite some time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All right. Would somebody like to move a motion? Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Fry. Committee members, is there any discussion? Whoops. I'll put myself on the queue. So I'll need to cede the chair to Acting Mayor. Sorry, I'll put myself here. Very good. So I would like, I've circulated an amendment here, and I just want to explain, because I feel like we sort of get caught into a debate around costs without sort of thinking of the fuller ramifications of the sort of environmental benefits and other benefits. So when this pilot was brought forward over 20 years ago, it was sort of put out there, and I don't think that there was a concerted effort later, probably because of other competing pressures, including cost pressures that we're trying to address through today's motion, to evaluate the opportunity of possibly doing something slightly different with this typology of the country lane. I can tell you that I still get contacted regularly about these lanes and would like to see them in their neighborhoods. I think as we start to expand into multiplex housing, there's going to be an even more need for us to be able to start looking at green lanes. Now, this is not something we'll see on a really widespread basis. We have 700 kilometers of lanes. Many of the lanes are just not appropriate for this typology, whether they be commercial or other forms. Sometimes more oriented to like downtown, for example. But we've seen, for example, just in the downtown core, that we've seen some laneways themselves have become very fantastic public spaces. But I just want to really bring your attention to the sort of environmental concerns that we've heard most recently with a report from Metro Vancouver talking about the heat island effect and the concerns around additional density reducing tree canopy. There is no tree canopy in back alleys, and we've got 700 kilometers worth of alleys that in many cases are radiating heat and creating that heat island effect during hot, warm weather in our city. The opportunity for neighborhoods to be cooler, to have a more green and lush environment is something that I believe would be welcomed by a lot of communities. And I think that being able to ask our team, who are fantastic at doing street design, to take a look at this typology and see if there's another way of doing it. Clearly, there was an attempt with the 3 pilot lanes using a plastic grid, a product that was newly trialed in 2002. It hasn't really been great because, for a variety of reasons, the root depth for growing grass is too shallow. During dry weather, it doesn't allow for the grass to continue. And of course, since there's been more construction around laneway housing and other changes over time, we're starting to see more wear and tear. So I would really welcome the opportunity for our staff, who, again, I sort of commend their creativity, their ability to make our streets and boulevards and back alleys to look beautiful, to take up the opportunity. Not something that I would imagine that would be an enormous endeavor. This is something that I think our teams do as a matter of course. They figure out how we design our streets, and this is an opportunity for us to take a look at the country lane typology. And it doesn't necessarily mean a concrete grid. It doesn't necessarily mean the plastic grid, but it could be a variety of solutions based upon the conditions that exist within the lanes themselves. And I know that if we put this to residents, and they're given an option, there are going to be quite a few neighborhoods that are going to be very excited by this opportunity. So I think that this is just a direction, my motion, which is to ask that our staff to look at potentially a new design typology for a country lane. Call it what you want. that will be greener, cooler in summer, and more inviting for people who are living on laneways, and also for neighborhoods that are park deficient, creating a better environment for people to live and share these important public spaces. So with that, I'm hoping that council will support this direction and the amendment that I've tabled.
Thanks, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? I saw Montague first. Seconded by Councillor Montague. Discussion? Seeing none, then I guess we can move to a vote. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll put you on the queue here, or
okay,
Councillor Carr.
Yep, sorry. I have to just, I'm very sorry that I'm just taking a moment to do this. I think that got sent. So just to speak to it.
This is an amendment to the amendment.
Okay. All right, Councillor, shall we go to Amendment Q2?
You don't have it yet?
Okay. Councillor, go ahead.
It is there now? Great. Yeah, it's just, I hope it's a friendly amendment. It's just rather than our staff developing the model, that I'm sure that there are professionals who do the development. So it's just to replace the word develop with explore and report back with a new cost-effective country lane design. I like the idea that's presented in the amendment, but I just want to make sure that we're not overburdening our staff around the skill sets that they are going to be, I think, needing to work with others to supply.
Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second it. Councillor Montague?
Second by Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'll support both the amendment and the amendment to the amendment. I think engineering staff is sort of already looking at a lot of this stuff, so I'm sort of excited to see what sort of solution they'll come up with. But I'm supportive. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Seeing no further comments on the amendment to the amendment, if we can move to a voting queue, please.
We have Sir Kirby Young, and Councillor Boyle is absent from the chamber. So, there we go. There we go. We got it. All right. So that passes unanimously.
Okay. And then over to the main amendment as amended.
Councillor Carr, you?
No. I don't know why I'm on there.
I would just went back to the amendment. So there, Harold.
Okay, yes, okay.
I'll advance you there. Okay. So to the amendment, we'll go to the voting panel. Okay, and that passes unanimously.
All right, turning the chair to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, back to the main queue. So I'll advance myself here, and I think we just need to vote on the final motion. Sorry. Voting on the final amended motion. Yeah. Okay, that passes unanimously. All right, so that item is completed. So thank you very much, staff. Appreciate that. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, thanks. Okay, we will recess until the afternoon. To 2 o'clock. To 2 o'clock? We had 2:30 in the original, but I've been hearing that it might be sooner. Okay, we'll recess till 2 p.m.
Great. Can you hear me, Councillor Bly?
I can hear you. Thanks, Tina. May
Okay,
have my video
you're
off.
really quiet, but all good.
Yeah, I don't plan on saying a whole lot.
Yeah, we
I'm
got
here.
you now. That's working. Thank you.
Okay, we will now bring this meeting back to order. We're going to move on to item 7, which is council member motions. The next item is motion 1, request for leave of absence. We have the following requests. Mayor Sim for civic business for meetings on May 30th, 2024 from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Kirby Young for civic business for meetings on April 23rd, 2024 from 1 p.m. onwards and April 24th, 2024 from 9 a.m. onwards. Councillor Fry for civic business for meetings on April 16th from 3 p.m. onwards, April 17th from 3 p.m. onwards, on April 23rd from 12 p.m. onwards, and April 24th from 9:30 a.m. onwards, and on May 9th from 6 p.m. onwards. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor? Okay. All right, so that is carried. All right, that completes motion 1. So the next item is motion 2, creating a regulatory framework for retail sales of psilocybin and entheogens in Vancouver, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Carr. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Sorry, I just put you on the queue here. And there you go.
I'd like to begin by just making a distinction around the decision that was made at the business license hearing about a month and a half ago. And really that was, first and foremost, was based on the evidence that was presented. And, but it did give rise to this motion, and in particular the context to the regulatory framework that was established in 2015 around the retail sales of cannabis. In 2015, it was a Stephen Harper government. Rona Ambrose was the health minister. And the decision at that point was made based on the proliferation of cannabis dispensaries around the city of Vancouver. There was not a clear timeline for a future legalization of cannabis at that time, of course, because it was a Stephen Harper government. And key to this entire construct and the idea of regulating the retail sales is in the Vancouver Charter, or sorry, I should say, in the license bylaw, section 412, the issuance by the city of a license is not a representation of any kind that a business is compliant with any federal, provincial, or other laws. And I think that really informs a lot of where this intent is coming behind, because we recognize that there are mushroom dispensaries. We recognize that mushroom dispensaries are a response to changing demographic preferences. It's a response to the overdose crisis. It's a response to a demonstrable need. And the reality is that that people do drugs, and in this city, mushroom dispensaries are an emergent concern. We also have a profound level of overdose death as a result of the toxic drug crisis, and those both inform each other. So I think this is an opportunity for us to create a regulatory framework and really recognize that people are using drugs, and there are dispensaries that are providing safe options to people buying drugs otherwise in back alleys or on the internet, or trying to forage mushrooms themselves and putting themselves at greater risk. So through a regulatory framework, we can prevent access to children and young people. We can have standards of retail that can, inform how they're displayed, what kind of signage, the visibility, the location of retail outlets. And a reminder that this regulatory framework is not about legalizing mushrooms or entheogens. Rather, it's just creating a regulatory framework for how businesses operate.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we will have now hear from registered speakers to this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver. It is not noted on the speakers list, and that doesn't seem to be an issue. Our first speaker is Robin Tavender. Robin, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and I have the presentation to come up.
Okay.
There were slides submitted, so the clock, we'll wait for that to come up.
The slides to be.
Yeah.
There. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Robin Tavender. My first sort of academic foray into this topic was in 2006 and 2007 when at UBC I facilitated a philosophy seminar entitled Psychedelic Studies, and it was widely attended by graduate and undergraduate students and faculty. And our general consensus across disciplines was that psychedelics have beneficial uses and that the prohibition is irrational and based on false premises. So it's nice to come to City Hall, and next slide, please, and be able to speak broadly in support of something. But I do prefer the term psychedelic because it's sort of the customary term in popular culture when these materials in the 50s and onward rose to the awareness of the general public. Entheogen is introduced in a particular journal article. Next slide, please. And I just dug up that article. I'm pretty sure it's accurate. And it really has a religious connotation to it. You have theos, God within, and gen, becoming the God within. Or I mean, that appeals to some people, but I still prefer the term psychedelic just because not everybody believes in gods within people. And I don't think that should be a necessary push with these materials. Next slide, please. So the legal situation, now this is something I recall Ian Waddell saying during the cannabis licensing hearings, and I don't mean to put words into his mouth, and if the error is here, it's mine, but the city actually has power under the health bylaw sections to actually do more positive regulation than merely business license zoning. That's what I recall Mr. Waddell, who's a respected lawyer, saying, although maybe I'm misremembering. And then just what the INCB has said, just so we're clear, this is purely a matter of domestic law. There's no international obligations that would necessarily attract federal attention to this subject matter. Mushrooms are not psilocybin under international law, even if they are under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. That's a difference in how the INCB interprets their schedule versus how the Canadian courts, with a brief intermission in, I believe, the late 1970s, have interpreted the scheduling of psilocybin. I also just wanted to touch on how regulation is important because it means work-safe and human rights apply to the workers in this industry, and workers have collective bargaining rights and other rights that are difficult to realize if the stuff is kept underground. Next slide, please. So I would also suggest that you could also include the more traditional North American psychedelics, lysergic acid, diethylamide, and diethyltryptamine in the bylaw schedule, but you really need to do a broad-based consultation to get this right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well timed. Okay, our next speaker is Dana Larson.
I didn't know we could bring slides, or I would have arranged for some visual to go with the audio. But my name's Dana Larson. I'm a director of the nonprofit that operates 3 mushroom dispensaries in Vancouver, one of which recently had its business license restored. And I just got a couple of small points I want to make. The first one is that, we've been through this before. About 10 years ago, there was over 100 cannabis shops operating in the city, unlicensed and unregulated. And it was through putting in bylaws pre-legalization that allowed the city to get a grip on those locations and ultimately to reduce the number quite a bit and to be able to put in rules and regulations to force them to operate in certain standards. I think most of them already were striving for that, to be responsible retailers and to strive to create the rules themselves that would be needed to operate these kind of places like that. And you know, now we're looking here, we've got about 20 odd, maybe 24 mushroom type dispensaries operating in the city. More are only going to be coming. And if council chooses not to pass this motion and to ignore the issue, it's only going to come up again. We're only going to see more and more of these kind of stores opening. And when I look at this motion, it doesn't really commit council to anything. It's merely to look at three options, whether to look at what would happen if we tried to license, if they look at what would happen if they ignore these places, or if there's an aggressive effort to close them down. And I think whatever your view of these things, the reality is these shops are here, more are coming, and if city council chooses to ignore this today, they're only going to be leaving it for a future council to deal with many more shops operating, probably selling a wider variety of substances than they do now. And you know, as someone who runs these kind of shops, I have kind of mixed feelings about this because in some ways, like the business part of me and the one who operates a dispensary, I know that bylaws like this are actually going to make my life more challenging. You know, I'm going to have to pay a business license fee. That was $30,000 when they first brought in the fees for cannabis dispensaries. I don't really want to pay a $30,000 fee. There's going to be all kinds of rules and regulations limiting what we can do. And, you know, in some ways, having kind of a free-for-all with no rules, that's actually better for us that are operating these places, you know. But is it better for Vancouver? And is it better for our movement in the long run to have that? Well, I don't think so. I think it's better for the city, and it's ultimately better for what we're trying to change here, why we open these kind of places, to have bylaws in place, even if I don't love all the bylaws, even if I expect the bylaws that might get passed would be more restrictive than I would like. I still think it's important that we have those kind of rules in place, you know, and that we can go over the details and argue about some of those things. Maybe they would change later, like that $30,000 fee got reduced a lot. But as someone who wants to see the city be better, I know that we need bylaws and rules in place. And I hope that the councillors who maybe don't love the idea of mushroom dispensaries, maybe don't think they're appropriate, will also set aside their personal view as I'm setting aside my personal thing and recognize that bylaws are important, they're going to make these places safer and better, and that we need these kind of rules in this city. This is the first step and the right step to make, and I hope that council will support this motion for that reason.
Very good. Thanks very much. Okay. Ariel Conrad.
My name is Ariel Conrad, an employee at Dana Larson's 247 West Broadway Mushroom Dispensary, a chemistry student at UBC, and I'm a passionate member of the psychedelic community, and I speak in favor of this motion. Some quick thank yous. A big thank you to Dana Larson and Jack Lloyd for their tremendous work on this case. A big thank you to not only my coworkers, but all mushroom dispensary workers across Vancouver for making this possible, and also City Council for entertaining this motion. So to begin, we should ask ourselves, what is it that we are moving towards with this motion? This motion reads directly, psychedelics are generally considered safer than opioids. To illustrate a broader point, we still speak about psychedelics relative to opioids. However, we must understand that the psychedelic medicines sold at locations across Vancouver are in an entirely different category from opioids. Psilocybin, LSD, and mescaline do not endanger lives, they save lives. According to the Journal of Psychopharmacology, entheogens like LSD and magic mushrooms are considerably less harmful than substances commonly sold here in Vancouver, like marijuana, alcohol, and tobacco. Scientific literature shows us that the extent of harm or lack thereof caused by psychedelics is in many ways the same, if not lower, than substances like caffeine. This should not be a question of why have we quashed the sale of a drug that is less harmful than other drugs. This is not just a substance that is less harmful than another. This is medicine that has demonstrably helped countless users with mental health issues like anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I ask myself, why have we prohibited the sale of substances that have created a tight community bond, given hundreds of people work, and given people like myself meaning? Are we the ones who judge that close to 20 mushroom dispensaries in the city shouldn't have a right to operate? What impact will this have on other cities? Why have we prohibited the sale of medicines that treat mental health disorders in a therapeutic context and that show positive outcomes even in uncontrolled recreational settings, even without a regulatory framework? Our dispensaries still take the care to go above and beyond, providing customers with advice, education, and information. I have firsthand seen the substances that we provide alleviate the symptoms of depression, anxiety, trauma, years of dependence on antidepressants, nicotine addiction, alcoholism, and toxic marriage. Some of my friends would have ended their lives. They would not be here with us if it wasn't for the kind of work that we provide at the mushroom dispensaries. Do these testimonies mean nothing to us? I don't think that they should. This scientific evidence and these testimonies are something that a city as pioneering and as exemplary as Vancouver should embrace and set the standard for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, our fourth speaker is Olaf Peterson. Olaf, are you?
Hello.
Okay, great. You're on the phone. Thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
You bet. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Olaf Pedersen, and I live in East Vancouver, and I'm a member of the club there. I get my mushrooms from Dana, and I think it's ridiculous that we even have laws against psychedelics. I mean, I don't even like the word using drugs as describing psychedelics as drugs, because that word is so messed up now. I mean, if you're going to talk about drugs, the worst drug on earth right now is sugar, and we feed that to children like crazy every day. And addiction to sugar is comparable to addiction to cocaine, and yet we have no problem allowing kids to use that every day. And since I've been using mushrooms for over a year now, I found that the reason I started using them is I wanted to see if they would help with my muscle spasms. And at first, they helped a lot with my muscle spasms. And I thought I was going to have to use a lot of mushrooms every day. But now, a year later, I don't even use mushrooms much anymore. I use them occasionally whenever I have flare-ups of spasms. But they've worked so well that they fix my spasms completely, so that I basically don't have any more spasms anymore unless I get sick or something. And I think it's just ridiculous that you guys wouldn't renew a license for him and give us a safe, like people like me in wheelchairs, a safe place to go buy our mushrooms and psychedelics. And it's a great store. When you go there, there's lots of knowledgeable people that are there to help you and to help you do your own research on it. And I just can't see a single reason why you wouldn't license him and others to sell mushrooms. I can't think of any reason at all, like any kind of harm that comes from that place. Just having his store down there in that area actually makes that area safer. Without his store being there, I wouldn't even go to that area. But because his store is there, I feel totally safe going to that area, and I have many, many, many times, and I have no problems every time I go. There's really nice people down there. So I'm here to speak in favor of this motion, and I hope that you guys will renew his license.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Our next speaker in person, I think, is David Melmo-Levine.
My name is David Melmo-Levine. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm in favor of regulating mushroom dispensaries so long as it's not turned into an exclusive relationship for the rich to produce and distribute these drugs like we did with cannabis. I've been a drug peace activist and researcher for 32 years. I moved to Vancouver in 95. I opened up Canada's first recreational retail pot operation in 96. Got raided. My charges from that led to the Supreme Court of Canada, and I was self-represented, RV Melmo-Levine 2003. I argued that harmless people are protected by the Constitution, and that if you use cannabis properly and grow it and deal it properly, you're harmless.
Well, in paragraph 100, they agreed with the second part of that. They said, yeah, you can use these things so that you're harmless, but then they said the Constitution doesn't protect harmless people. And besides, cannabis's use is similar to cannibalism. Not quite harmful, not quite harmless, best left up to Parliament. So I was unconvinced. I opened up another shop called the Herb School, and we sold cannabis and magic mushrooms. I was raided again. I did 4 months at Fraser Regional Correctional Center. I still was unconvinced that the raids were right and I was wrong. So I opened up a dispensary called the Stressed and Depressed in 2015. Wasn't raided that time. They just charged $30,000 in licensing fees and another $5,000 for square footage. And I couldn't afford to keep my dispensary open, so I had to sell it. But in all that time, really, they never came up with any evidence that cannabis is inherently harmful to others. They tried to say it makes kids stupid or crazy, but the general population statistics didn't bear that out. And now that we're going through this again with mushrooms, I paid careful attention to what the police said and what the prohibitionists said about the mushroom dispensaries. And the worst thing they could come up with, the absolute biggest scare tactic accusation they could make against the mushroom dispensaries is they're selling things that make people dizzy. That's in the middle of an overdose crisis where people are dying at an unprecedented rate. And the items, the mushrooms and the other entheogens that are sold in these shops, they help people get off hard drugs or lessen the amount of hard drugs they use. And the profits coming from Dana's operation go to free drug testing. I see my time's almost up, but I just want you to consider regulating these drugs like other soft drugs, like caffeine, because the evidence is they cause less overdose deaths, less overuse deaths, and less severe withdrawal symptoms than caffeine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Our next speaker is Jack Lloyd on the phone, I believe.
Thank you so much. This is Jack Lloyd calling in via telephone. I'm a lawyer. I was the lawyer on the recent case dealing with this. I would like to make a submission just on the law. In 2017 and 2018, I was counsel on the test case that challenged the constitutional validity of the City of Vancouver's medical marijuana-related use bylaw. And I was arguing that the City of Vancouver could not enact such a bylaw, that it was effectively violated the Constitution and division of powers. The federal government, the provincial government, and the city all participated in the case and all argued against me and said that the City of Vancouver could, in fact, enact the MMRU bylaw regarding these cannabis shops. They were successful at trial. I appealed. We went to the BC Court of Appeal, and they were successful at the BC Court of Appeal. And so I suppose that if any councillors are concerned about whether there is legal authority to enact this, there's good law. The BC Court of Appeal says that you can absolutely enact this. My submission is that it's a good motion. I support the motion and would urge council to vote in support of the motion. You're on strong legal grounds. This was a slam dunk victory for the federal, provincial, and municipal governments in support of a bylaw of this nature. So if you want to do it, you have every legal right. Those are my submissions. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker, I believe in person, is MJ Malloy.
Speaker Clausen and City Councillors, thank you for the opportunity today to address the motion. My name is MJ Malloy. I am an Associate Professor of Medicine at the University of British Columbia, a research scientist at the BC Centre on Substance Use, and most importantly, a proud member of East Vancouver. I'm not a proud resident of East Vancouver. I'm not representing these institutions in any official capacity. I am an epidemiologist who for the last 15 years has studied overdose in the downtown east side, and since 2017 focused on the potential of cannabis to serve as a beneficial intervention into the overdose crisis. This motion makes sort of an explicit parallel between cannabis and entheogens with respect to the overdose crisis. And my submission is really to sort of suggest that, unfortunately, scientifically, the evidence is not yet there to support the use of entheogens in this way. Contrary to the findings we have seen so far with cannabis, we have not documented in the downtown east side the same level of use of entheogens, nor indeed the same effects of entheogen use on risk of overdose as we have with cannabis. Now, that's not to say that these ideas are not plausible. And indeed, the recent clinical trials with entheogens have in fact demonstrated quite thrilling results with respect to using these substances as treatments for depression, anxiety, addiction, pain, and trauma, and the other things which underlay the overdose crisis. However, importantly, these molecules have not been demonstrated to be safe among people who use drugs at highest risk of overdose. And indeed, there may be interactions between these drugs, and more importantly, the psychological comorbidities and the psychologic medications that individuals in the downtown east side are often prescribed. So that is the sort of the extent of my submission. But I would include a final comment that as an epidemiologist who studies drug-related harms, clearly prohibition and the lack of regulation for these substances is the driving factor behind the overdose crisis. And to that end, I support the legalization and regulation of all psychoactive substances as a way of meaningfully mitigating their harms. So in that sense, I would support the creation of a regulatory framework so that we can better understand and hopefully use these substances to reduce risk of overdose. Thank you.
Our next speaker on the phone is Vivian Lowe.
Hi, it's Vivian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Members of Vancouver City Council, my name is Vivian and I am an employee at a mushroom dispensary located in Marpole. As a resident of Vancouver, I'm in full support of cultivating a framework for the retail sales of psilocybin and entheogens. I'm reaching out to you today via this call to share insights and experiences from working at a mushroom dispensary. My work has provided me with a unique perspective on the potential benefits of psilocybin and entheogens amongst a pharmaceutical market that is highly regulated yet deeply capitalistic. I come before you not just as an advocate for natural remedies, but as a witness to the profound impact our product has had on the lives of those who visit our humble mushroom dispensary. We currently live in a world where the pharmaceutical market is driven by a capitalistic ethos, often prioritizing profit over patient care. Research from highly credible sources such as Johns Hopkins has illuminated the myriad of benefits psilocybin and other entheogens have on mental and physical well-being. These natural compounds have been shown to offer significant improvements on mental health conditions, whereas traditional pharmaceuticals fall short. From reducing anxiety, depression, PTSD symptoms, and aiding in addiction recovery, as well as much more, the potential of these substances are vast and deeply promising. Yet, despite this growing body of evidence, the current pharmaceutical landscape remains dominated by synthetic chemicals. While these medications are highly regulated, they are not without their drawbacks, including adverse side effects, accessibility issues due to cost. It is a market that's been criticized for its lack of empathy and its focus on the bottom line. In contrast, at our dispensary, we've seen firsthand the differences in our customers, the relief in their eyes, the hope in their voices, and their transformation in their lives. These are not just anecdotes. They are lived experiences of individuals who have found solace in the healing powers of entheogens. As we move forward, it is crucial that we advocate for a community that embraces a full spectrum of therapeutic options, one that offers well-being over profit margins. Let's advocate for a framework that safely empowers individuals seeking alternative medicinal and therapeutic options to access a safe and regulated retail space to make informed purchases. It is evident that there is a demand for it within the city, judging by the abundance of stores and the customer's presence. It is essential that we champion a community that fully embraces diversity in medicative options, prioritizing the well-being of its citizens above all else. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks, Vivian. Okay, our next speaker is Wade Davis. See, Wade's on the phone.
If not in the gallery, then also not online.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll circle back if Wade's just having trouble getting connected. All right. So we'll move to our next speaker, Adeline McArdle.
Same thing, Chair, not on the line.
Okay. Next one is Cindy Hemerick.
Just checking.
Oh. I'll wave too. Come on in. Yeah. Okay. You can go right to the podium when you're ready. You're Cindy, I believe, right? Is that correct? Okay. Hi, Cindy. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Hi, esteemed council members. My name is Cindy Lee Hemerick, and I'd like to personally thank both Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry for their support and execution of this very important motion. I'm the manager at the Coca Leaf Cafe in the medicinal mushroom dispensary locations. We have been serving our community for 4 years this September. We saw a way to implement a more safer ground for overdose epidemic that was surrounding us every day. Our products help people get off opioids and back on the road to recovery. We have so many testimonials from all kinds of people that are either fighting end-of-life decisions or opening their third eye for the first time. Or if it's our delicious coca tea that they're enjoying, the many benefits of the medicinal and healing properties that have been used for thousands of years. I'd also like to use my time to express to the other councillors just some of the great things that we've done since opening. During COVID in September of 2020, we started with 6 employees, and now we're proud to say we have upwards of 30. We have been licensed for the first 3 years, including our outdoor patio permit, and we failed to receive a renewal last fall. Here are some of the acclamations we have. We are in excellent standing with Coastal Health, providing a new permit to operate for the next fiscal year. And we also passed with flying colors a surprise inspection recently. We're also in good standing with WorkSafe BC, and we have employed new employees that are back into the workforce for the first time in years. We also pay all of our taxes, including federal, provincial, and employee taxes every month. We donate to all of our neighbors at the Gospel Mission every time they have a holiday dinner. We are also in good standing with our Strathcona Business Association and contact them regularly. We keep our street impeccably clean and water the trees and plant flowers all around them. We also have had several free lunch giveaways to our neighbors in Strathcona area, and 1 year we gave out over 300 lunch bags on a cold December day. We also support Overdose Awareness Day, August 31st, by giving out hundreds of prepackaged snacks and included cash in some of the packages.
Cindy, I think that's your time, so no worries.
Okay.
We're telling a lot of
Okay.
detail there, so thanks
Okay,
very
thank
much. Thank you. Yeah. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm here, but we generally don't encourage clapping, but I'm sure you could probably do it in your own way with smiles and thumbs up or something. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Kirk Tusaw on the phone. Kirk, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kirk Tusaw. I speak in support of the motion. I'm a lawyer, not a resident of Vancouver, but I own property in Vancouver that my daughter lives in currently. I was counsel to a number of the dispensaries in the pre-legalization, pre-MMRU bylaw era. I think it's safe to say that the introduction of that bylaw to regulate cannabis dispensaries at a time when they were federally unlawful was controversial, but ultimately prescient. The decision by the City of Vancouver to impose those regulations really, I think, paved the way for demonstrating to both municipalities as well as the current holder of jurisdiction over cannabis retail, the province of British Columbia, that a regulatory framework was both achievable, workable, and generated net benefits to the residents of the City of Vancouver. So Vancouver was ahead of the curve, and I would suggest that it has the opportunity to be ahead of the curve again today, and that it should seize that opportunity, because the debate isn't really about whether or not mushroom dispensaries are going to exist in the City of Vancouver. They are. They will continue to. The train has left the station on that question. The issue before you is whether or not to seize control in some measure over their proliferation, time, place, manner, and use restrictions, things within the city's jurisdiction. And I urge you to do that. Otherwise, you are ceding control to a completely unregulated environment. I would also say that it's important to recognize that at least 50 plus years of Western use and hundreds of years of traditional use of psilocybin, mushrooms, and other entheogens have demonstrated the safety of these substances. There's very little in the way of harm. I do think there is emergent research on the benefits of psilocybin in particular. I would direct your attention to an article published in the International Journal of Mental Health and Addiction called Change Substance Use After Psychedelic Experiences Among Individuals in Canada. The lead author is from the University of Michigan Medical School, Kevin Bonke, and it's a cross-sectional online survey of adults with self-reported past or current psychedelic use. That survey demonstrated substantial decreases in alcohol use, 42%, decreased cocaine use, 42%, decreased antidepressant use as well after psychedelic experiences by persons that were otherwise using those drugs. The reasons for that reduction are a sense of connection with self, as well as decreased anxiety. So I'd commend that to your attention. Thank you very much for the opportunity to
Thank
speak.
you. Thank you. All right. Speaker 14 is Kelly. Is Kelly in person? Kelly, can I ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver just for our...
Yes, my name is Kelly Neighbor, and I am currently a resident of Langley, although I'm part of a recovery group that exists in Vancouver called Reaching Out Recovery.
Thanks very much. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
So, my name is Kelly Neighbor. I'm coming to you today with a personal testimony for psychedelic drugs, as I'm a living, breathing example that psychedelics can be used to fight fentanyl addiction. I recovered from fentanyl addiction in 2021 after an intense and profound psychedelic experience sourced from the Coca Leaf Cafe. That experience changed my life. It woke me up to a new level of awareness. Since then, I've been using psilocybin in microdose form to maintain that level of mindfulness and awareness. to keep sufficient to be able to overcome addictive tendencies, which is always lurking in the background, right? It takes a serious, intense experience, in my experience, to overcome something as powerful as fentanyl, and benzodiazepines as well. The combination of the two, it really does put somebody in a zombification state, and the power of psychedelics is strong enough. It's an effective treatment, and with your guys, with the proposed framework, I'd like for it to include avenues that our psychedelic recovery group can access these compounds in order to use on their own psychedelic, on their own therapy, on their own progression in recovery, right? It's time that we have a good look at like what our options are. It's like I spent 10 years in addiction. It started with a prescription to OxyContin, and it became a fentanyl addiction. And I lost 50% of everybody I knew during that time period dead to overdoses. And it's absolutely appalling what's happening. And we need to consider all options. So I stand in support of this motion, and I stand in support of Dana Larson and what he's doing, and all of the other mushroom dispensaries and all of the other suppliers of psychedelics, for the good that it can bring our society. And I'd like you to please consider that in your proceedings. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. Our next speaker is Johnny Charlebois.
Just checking. Chair, not on the line.
Okay, we'll try the next person. The next speaker is Matt Isheshi.
Hello?
Oh, Matt, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just please give me one moment to bring up my... Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity today. I stand before you to advocate for a progressive and compassionate approach to the retail sales of psilocybin and other entheogens within our vibrant city. These substances, often associated with misunderstood ancient practices, have reemerged as potential tools for healing, personal growth, and mental well-being. I am here to advocate for the framework, and I am going to give a few reasons as to why it would be beneficial. Scientific evidence and the therapeutic potential that it holds. Recent peer-reviewed literature have illuminated the therapeutic potential of psilocybin, particularly in treating conditions such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. The groundbreaking research at institutions like Johns Hopkins University and Imperial College London has shown promising results. By creating a regulated environment, we can ensure that individuals seeking these substances receive accurate information, proper dosing, and guidance from trained professionals. Let us not forget that safety and education are a priority and directly correlated with the success of the framework as a whole. The personal freedom and autonomy that will allow the people. Vancouver has long been a haven for free thinkers, artists, and seekers. Our citizens value personal autonomy and the right to explore altered state of consciousness responsibly. A regulated framework allows adults to make informed choices about their own well-being. It acknowledges that individuals are capable of making decisions about their mental health just as they do about their physical health. The economic and social benefits it could reap. By permitting regulated sales, we open up economic opportunities for local businesses. Imagine boutique shops where knowledgeable staff guide customers through the world of entheogens, emphasizing safety and harm reduction. Tax revenue generated from these sales could be reinvested in mental health programs, addiction support services, and public education campaigns. We have the chance to create a positive feedback loop that benefits both our citizens and our city. But to be clear, regulation does not mean a free-for-all. Our proposed framework would include the following key elements. Licensed retailers, only licensed establishments would be able to sell psilocybin and entheogens. These retailers would undergo rigorous training and strict guidelines. Age restriction, sale restricted to adults over a certain age, similar to alcohol and tobacco regulations that we are all quite familiar with. Quality control, ensuring product purity, potency, and safety through rigorous testing. Again, like anything that we go to buy at a store or through the pharmacy. Education and harm reduction, mandatory educational materials for customers, emphasizing responsible use, potential risk, and integration practices.
the community engagement, regular dialogues with community members, healthcare professionals, and law enforcement to address concerns and adapt regulations as needed when we move forward. So in conclusion, it allows us to lead with compassion and an evidence-based policy, which, we really need to see today. By embracing a regulated framework, we can empower our citizens to explore their consciousness safely, support local businesses, and contribute to a more enlightened and resilient Vancouver. I appreciate your attention today, and may our city continue to be a beacon of progress and understanding.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Our next speaker is Catherine Burian on the phone.
Not on the line.
All right. Sean Tedder.
Yes.
Sean?
Hi, good day, Vancouver Council. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Oh, super. Thank you very much. Well, I'm sitting here in sunny Welland, Ontario, and I may be the farthest clone in. We ran the first cannabis dispensary, which you guys have run for 20 more years. In 2015, when Trudeau got in at Broadview and Danforth, and we had a eclectic 160 different world countries coming in, 500 people a day, and 15 bud tenders. And as a security guard profession, big concerts and things, I never seen one fight, one disagreement in the lounge upstairs and the dispensary downstairs. Everybody was treated fairly, and I think the other issue is not cannabis, because you're way past that. We've got about 30 stores in Ontario, so we're catching up with you guys. I think the framework in the legal countries has already been established. You've got Netherlands with truffles, you got Jamaica with psychedelic, and they have retreats and so on. Medicine, Brazil since 1992, and they got the rainforest and magical stuff that grows in there that we still haven't identified. And we've got Oregon, we got Santa Cruz, Oakland. 2019 Denver, and the world hasn't come to an end. Matter of fact, there's less deaths, as everybody's been saying, with the psilocybin and therapeutic treatments and palliative care, which has been proven in your own province with Lloyd there, the lawyer Lloyd. And so basically, I don't think anything's going to be wrong. It's just you've always had a good system of keeping out organized crime, and by doing that, you've been a marvelous beacon of light as well for Canada. So thank you very much for putting the framework together. I read the whole 6 pages. I'm offering a download. Hope you put it up there as well on your website. And thank you for the counselors to micromanage that and hopefully keep the cost down, as Dana was saying. There's not just because they're making money, they're paying their taxes just like other businesses. They shouldn't be, have to pay such exorbitant rates like cannabis framework was. So we had 500 people a day. We had 15 bud tenders in 2015. Trudeau got in, and the world didn't come to an end either. He basically had 180 votes and
Sean?
seats, and yes, thank you.
You bet. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Council. Bye now.
Bye. Okay, we'll go back to the speakers that we weren't able to get on the line. Wade Davis. Is Wade Davis available?
Double checking.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Adalyn McCardle?
No.
All right. And I believe we have two more. Johnny Charlebois?
No.
Okay. And Catherine Burian?
And again, no.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right, this is the end of our speakers list. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, I'll advance. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I just want to first start by saying that I was very appreciative to co-submit this motion with fellow Councillor Pete Fry, but I want to give a little bit of background that some of you may not be fully aware of. So I was one of the city councillors that was on the business license hearing, and at that time, I did ask our city lawyer as to whether or not I was able to move a motion that was an alternate to the one recommended by staff, which was to deny the license renewal. The lawyer said, yes, you absolutely can. I mean, I think some of you may have said it was an absolutely improper use of the process. I asked our lawyer, it was a proper use of the process. He actually offered to help with some wording around that motion that I did present and that was ultimately passed. And so why I felt it was important to move in that direction is because I was on council at the time that the same process was happening around cannabis and the cannabis stores. And it was controversial at the time, but I think it was an incredibly visionary for the Vision Council, the dominated council at the time, to move forward with a situation of regulating the sale of cannabis in the face of the proliferation of pot shops within the city. And the regulation is really important, and that is what this motion is about. I first of all want to commend the fact that the Vancouver Police Department, at the time of the cannabis situation prior to legalization, I think very wisely chose to emphasize the illegal activities on the street and a lot of other issues that the police handle rather than the investigation of the operating marijuana stores at the time. And so too have they done with, in general, at least, with the stores that are selling psilocybin mushrooms and entheogens. And as I say, I commend them that there's much higher priority work for them to be doing. So the process was in terms of regulation was to really think about the broader sense of public safety. And that is regulation that would determine the location of the stores, so to restrict them from being located near schools or playgrounds, to restrict by age the people who could enter the stores and who product could be sold to, and the quality of the product. And so, to me, that's profoundly good in terms of public safety. The other issue around public safety is that people are using these psychedelic drugs. And if they can get them from a safe, regulated place, that is far preferable than forcing them to buy drugs which are largely unsafe on the street from criminal gangs. And that is my big worry if we don't move forward on this, and if there were to be a push to unlicensed to shut down the stores that exist. It would mean people would have to buy the drugs that they are using, the psychedelics that they are using, on the street where the contamination of supply is the reason why we have a poison drug crisis and an unbelievable number of people dying because of that. Mushrooms and entheogens don't kill people. They are quite different than the hard drugs that you do get on the street. You can have a severe trip, but you don't die. They help many people, and our thank you to our speakers for coming and outlining that. It's clear by the research, and some of you are researchers, that have noted that they are helping people with anxiety, PTSD, trauma, depression, even addictions themselves to hard drugs and to alcohol. I did last term end up at an incredible event at the QE Playhouse where doctors and practitioners had about 1,000 people in the audience relaying how important that these entheogens are. So I really hope that all of you will consider this in voting in support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Excuse me. I'm not even going to get into the merits or harms of a product or its use as treatment. I don't think that's what we're here for. I'm going to focus on what our function and limitations are as a city government. And I'm going to go back to the business license hearing from about a month ago that Councillor Fry mentioned. They overturned a decision of the city's very experienced chief licensing inspector. It was for a business operating under the title of a novelty shop. The business application stated they were selling gifts and party supplies, but it was in fact selling federally controlled substances, something that is illegal, and something that the city of Vancouver is not permitted to issue a license for. Councillor Fry and Councillor Carr, in my opinion, exploited their position, and instead of carrying out their duties as a municipal elected official, engaged in activism at the time, beyond the jurisdiction of a municipal government. Stop my timer, please.
Usually we continue if the counselor doesn't have their objection ready.
Okay, so Councillor Fry mentioned that the decision was based on evidence, and Councillor Carr said it was the process was followed. I don't disagree that the process wasn't followed. I do disagree that that the evidence was there. I watched that hearing, and in my opinion, there was overwhelming evidence to support the chief licensing inspector and not overturn that decision. I watched the leading questions being asked, and I think it was completely inappropriate. Councillor Fry was chairing that meeting and actually had to be cautioned by city legal with regards to the line of questioning being actually derailing the panel from its intended purpose. And that purpose was, it's an administrative proceeding. It's not an advocacy, a place to advance advocacy. The bottom line is that we can't authorize the sale of federally controlled substances. We can't authorize the sale of items that are illegal under federal law and provincial law. I think the reason I mentioned that business license hearing is because I think this motion is just a continuation of that hearing. There is discussion about creating a regulatory framework and comparisons to the MMRU. Well, I don't think the MMRU is a good example. I think that was a regulatory nightmare. And I think our business license people would agree with that. The bottom line is this is a federal matter and it should be left at the federal level. Councillors, we even got a letter, we even drew the attention of Health Canada. We got a letter from Health Canada recently. It was addressed to the city manager and it reminded all of us that regulated substances fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government. This has absolutely no business being considered by a municipal government. And again, I'm not here to debate the merits or the harms of a potential product. I'm here to say that this is not our lane. This is not our jurisdiction. We shouldn't be touching this with a 10-foot pole. There are other matters that council and staff should be spending time on, pressing issues that actually fall under the city's jurisdiction. So I'll be voting in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just want to ask a question to
city manager, or I don't think we have any expert in medical field for this question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. I saw people, quote some numbers, but are you aware of there's any direct evidence the magic mushroom can reduce the rate of opiate overdose crisis?
So, through the chair, that's not a question that I'm
Yeah, okay.
have expertise to comment on, Councillor. And no, at this stage, we don't have evidence available to us. It's not to say that evidence doesn't exist, but we don't do that kind of research here.
Yeah, thanks. That's the answer I expect. But I think we heard from the doctors, there's no direct evidence at this stage. The other question also through you, Chair, to the city manager. So for the provincial legislation, Motor Vehicle Act, do you know if they regulate the use of magical mushroom after, before driving?
Yeah, I wouldn't through the chair be in a position to provide council with advice around the interpretation of the Motor Vehicle Act. We could certainly ask our lawyers to provide that and follow up with council on that question.
Okay, thanks, city manager. So I guess I'm not gonna debate about this magic mushroom, but I did some research, just quote some information from the website. So there are consequences taking the magic mushroom. We all know, both long-term and short-term. I'm just gonna read directly from the Health Canada website. Short-term, taking the magic mushroom may cause you to see, hear, and feel things that you are not there, and to experience anxiety, fear, nausea, and muscle twitches accompanied by increased heart rate and blood pressure. Individuals use magic mushroom experiencing hallucination and altered state of consciousness. Effect appear within 15 to 45 minutes, usually last for 4 to 6 hours. Long term, also on the Health Canada website, there's no study have evaluated the long-term effects of the repetitive use of magic mushroom. And also, as Councillor Montague mentioned, so we received a letter from Health Canada from the Director General in Controlled Substance and Opiate Responses, dated on March 15th. It says Health Canada maintains the position that illegally operating storefront pose a risk to the health and the safety of Canadians. So having said that, don't get me wrong, I think it is so important to study this effect of psilocybin. It should be purely from the clinical perspective, based on the scientific research conducted by our medical professionals, but not overstepping from a political decision. There are some studies suggest potential therapeutic applications, but the scientific understanding of their long-term effects and the safety profile remains incomplete. Rushing into regulatory framework without robust empirical evidence could impose consumers to unforeseen health hazards and undermine public health initiative aimed at mitigating substance use. I firmly believe this discussion of regulation should take place at the federal level. They are regulatory body on this issue, not municipality. CDSA, the Controlled Drug and Substance Act, and the Food and Drugs Regulation all fall under federal jurisdiction in Canada. Municipality like Vancouver lack of authority to override federal laws governing the distribution of the scale of this substance. So implementing a regulatory framework at local level would contravene federal statutes and potentially leads to legal conflicts to City of Vancouver and our taxpayers. So, and also I don't think just simply compare medical marijuana related use versus this magic mushroom framework is comparable. Those are very completely two different things. So with that, I'm not going to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Fry for the motion. And in particular, thank you to the speakers who came to speak today, particularly those of you who shared your lived experience. I really appreciate that, and it's valued. So I wanted you to know that. I don't think you'll be surprised to hear that I'm also not going to be speaking or debating on the benefits, the merits, the recreational use of psilocybin and entheogens today. I do want to share So that I actually, long before this motion came forward last term, and this term, I was following very closely some of the clinical work and trials and work that's underway, and I was really drawn to the experience of a close friend of mine, his sister, who I think was the first clinical trial in Canada to undertake microdosing of psilocybin because she was diagnosed with ALS and was terminal, and she was struggling with depression. And she blogged about her experience. And I was really moved by it. And so I have been following the ongoing research around in this space. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. So to just the reflections, I think, Ariel, you were talking about the potential rule around depression, anxiety, PTSD. And then to Dr. Malloy, you were speaking about the broader issue of drugs and substance use disorders and how we deal with that as a country. There's a big conversation to be had there. And I have a lot of opinions on that, but I appreciate where you're coming from on that and the knowledge that you've been and research you've undertaken in this space. That being said, what I am clear on right now at this point in time is that we don't have a regulatory role when it comes to this substance. That is not our role. And that's very clearly set out, and it's already been articulated that that lies with the federal government. Our role is around licensing businesses, but this is not a substance that is authorized to be sold at this time under federal law. And I'm very clear that regardless of the outcome of this motion is that the retail stores that are there today will probably continue to be there today. And they are all over the country. And I think that we will see an evolution of this at the federal level. Look forward to seeing the outcome of that. But for today, I won't be supporting the motion as it's presented.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carbion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief, and I appreciated hearing from all the speakers. I think sort of jotting notes and listening. There's a real distinction. I heard terms being used interchangeably between business licensing and licensing or regulation of drugs, and they are, has been expressed, I think, wholly different things. We have jurisdiction over business licensing, which we're supposed to do with businesses that are legal. Now, I know that there's a desire for the drugs to be legal, but that's not the debate, as has been mentioned here, nor is the regulation of drugs. I think Speaker 7, hearing from epidemiologist and Dr. Malloy, who I thought distinguished and articulated quite well between, and I'm paraphrasing, but as yet unproven but promising benefits of the molecules, and that's a paraphrase, but distinguished between the legalization of psilocybin and entheogens, which is a federal jurisdiction. So a conversation around legalization of drugs is a very different one, not one that Vancouver City Council can have within our governance responsibilities, which are quite clear when we're sworn in as councillors. But I think that there's a lot of advocates out there that can put the energy that you've demonstrated today behind that advocacy and moving that forward federally. I was also compelled in hearing from the one speaker who said that it had been really beneficial to him in terms of recovery from addiction to fentanyl and treatment. And I also want to distinguish that treatment, my understanding, is available. There are paths for treatment under licensed professionals. I actually had a really interesting conversation with one of those people when I got a chance to chair a panel with some sort of traditional medical professionals and this sort of new practitioner. And I took the opportunity to ask her a lot about what her practice was like and her clients. And the one message that she told me was it's so important that people have a professional with them, because this can be a very intense and very significant experience. And it's very different if that's the objection and the intention is to sort of challenge and tackle a lot of the issues, whether they are physical ailments or mental health that Councillor Dominato described. And so I think we need to kind of parse that out here. I don't think that the City of Vancouver's cannabis experiment was a success. I think that there were a lot of folks in that industry that really hoped to build it up And they suffered, quite honestly, once it was legalized and it was regulated, because they had been paying punitively high business license fees that the city charged, far beyond the cost for any other business license. They found out it was very different when you were purchasing legal product through legal channels, the cost of that. You're selling differently in terms of regulated amounts that can be sold. And the market was very different. And so a lot of folks that, had sort of advocated and came forward actually lost out, I think, through legalization, because it, no pun intended, but that the cannabis rollout mushroomed far beyond what the market in Vancouver could actually sustain. And so I think that, yes, if we want to be informed by the past practice as well as our governance role, I would sort of note those points. So for those reasons, I would say if you want to continue championing for the legalization conversation, put that energy into that and into good use. And that's not sort of the decision that council has in front of us today in the Vancouver context. So for those reasons, I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, I will just add something very quick. So for the speakers, really appreciate your efforts in advocating this magical mushroom these many years, especially for the clinical use. I understand your great intention, but the city council is not the right table talking about this issue. So I really encourage you to contact your local member of parliament and continue with the advocacy. They might be able to help you to for the effort in the regulation national level. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
All right, I'm going to be try and be judicious with my limited time here. I don't want to relitigate the business license hearing, but I do want to address a couple of Councillor Montague's points. This is not about authorizing the sale of federally regulated substances. This is about creating a regulatory framework. And I want to read from the motion, which is right here, but it's very clear. The Vancouver License Bylaw 4450 Section 412 states that the issuance by the city of a license is not a representation of any kind that a business is compliant with any federal, provincial, or other laws. That's quite clear. So we're not obliged to represent that law. What we are doing is regulating business, and that is the important distinction. When the mention of the Health Canada letter was brought up by a couple of speakers, in 2015, we also had a strongly worded letter from Health Canada about regulating a federally prohibited substance, and the council of the day recognized that people were using cannabis in any event, and that's why both Dr. Patricia Daly and Chief Constable Adam Palmer came and spoke to the very idea of it. Chief Palmer identified that shutting down dispensaries was a low priority. Dr. Daly identified that regulating cannabis dispensaries was reducing potential harms. And I need to point out, and again, it's in the motion, but I need to reiterate that when we regulated cannabis in 2015, there were 138 people died of toxic drug overdoses in the year 2015. In the year 2023, 644 people died of toxic drug overdoses in our city. And so I respect Dr. Malloy's learned opinion and consideration about the fact that this is not a proven opioid treatment substitution or anything otherwise. But I think the issue is that people are doing mushrooms, whether we like it or not, whether we agree that there's a therapeutic benefit or not. There are recreational users of mushrooms. There are people who are doing mushrooms. When I was a kid, we could go out and buy pick Liberty caps in the fields. Today, I have within a few meters of my house, we have 2 different species of amanitas growing. We have Amanita muscaria, Amanita phallodes. Amanita phallodes, despite Councillor Carr's assertion, you eat Amanita phallodes and you're dead. That's a death cap. And then Amanita muscaria, you eat those and you'll probably get high, but you'll also get very, very sick. So the point is that we're talking about indigenous medicines at some degree, right? These are entheogens that are growing in our environment, and people will otherwise forage them. I foraged them when I was a kid. So if people are going to go out and forage them, do we not want them to have a safer supply? Do we not want to make sure that they're getting psilocybin and not Amanita phallodes, the death cap? I think we do, because the reality is people are going to do it. We're having this conversation about foreign interference right now, and the federal law enforcement has very clearly identified that fentanyl was a very deliberate introduction from foreign agents. We've seen that it was the precursors for fentanyl were brought over from China. Now they're being brought over from India. And we're reflecting on the death and destruction that these are bringing about in our city relative to an indigenous plant that has not caused any overdoses, any harms. Again, I'm not going to debate the merits or the therapeutic benefits or any of the science around this because I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, I'm not even a recreational user. But what I am recognizing is that this is a very popular usage amongst a lot of people in our population. I know lots of people who do mushrooms microdosing. I'm pretty sure that many of my colleagues' kids are probably experimenting with mushrooms. So this is as much for the young adults that are in our lives that are moving away from alcohol, that are experimenting with psychedelics because they're not down with drinking, and frankly, they don't want to die doing party drugs on the scene that might be mixed with who knows what. They don't want to buy mushrooms off some guy in a bar who's selling them a capsule of who knows what. They shouldn't be going out foraging for their own psychedelic experience in a forest. The opportunity to go to a bricks and mortar shop that has some regulatory framework that we are considering as our role as regulators, business regulators. We're making sure that they're not selling it to kids. We're making sure that they're operating in a responsible way, that they're not displaying it with cool, attractive packaging that children will want to buy. That's our role and that's our opportunity here. And we're squandering it because this is not going away. And I think we all agree that people use drugs regardless of the legal status, regardless of the federal schedules, any of that stuff. People are going to use drugs. And my role and my concern is that if they're going to use drugs and if we're not going to be shutting it down, and again, not to relitigate the business license hearing, but there's been no charges, no convictions, no Crown prosecution of any kind. This is not a priority for the Crown. This is not a priority for anybody except for the people who are off there buying these substances and don't want to die. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no other councillors on the line here, Clerk, I'm going to call the vote. Can you please take us to the voting screen? Okay, that does not pass with Councillors Klassen, Kirby Young Dominato, Montague, and Joe in opposition. Okay, we will move on to motion 3. Thanks very much. We'll take just a quick, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll come right back. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Moving on to motion 3, revisiting, refreshing Vancouver's commitment to safer, slower streets, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry?
I'm not going to speak too much in advance of this motion because I think it's largely self-explanatory, and I've had some certainly good conversations with many of our council colleagues about this motion. You know, I think I'll just go on to say that really the impetus for this, obviously this is something that we discussed in the last term and we brought forward successfully at UBCM with the unanimous support of Vancouver City Council, the idea of 30-kilometer-an-hour local streets, streets that don't have a center line. It was successful at UBCM and in fact inspired a lot of our colleagues across British Columbia, and we see now the fruits of some of that inspiration in Victoria, who have now moved to 30-kilometer-an-hour streets on all their local streets over the course of a 2-year pilot. One of the interesting pieces that came out of that UBCM advocacy, again, that was unanimously supported by Vancouver Council at the time, was in fact that there were opportunities to achieve this despite what we had been led to believe. We were of the impression that we needed to have a sign on every single block of every single street. Since that time, and over the course of many conversations, and most recently in the form of a formal memo from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and Minister Rob Fleming, that's not the case. And that in fact, we don't need a sign on every block of every street. And so where we were focused on getting an amendment to the Motor Vehicle Act, there are simpler solutions to affect this change. And we see it now in Victoria, City of Nelson, City of Revelstoke, they're all moving that way. And of course, across the border, the city of Seattle has done this. Portland has done this. I think New York has done this in many places. But without getting into those examples, and of course, it's widespread throughout Europe, these slower residential streets. But I do just want to highlight that I think the impetus of this most recently is, of course, this big shift that we see in micromobility and more e-devices, and indeed our recent pilot that's expanding the use of e-devices in our city. We need to recognize that this is an opportunity to enhance the safe use of those devices and, in fact, more active transportation throughout our city. I'm out of time.
Very good. All right, thank you, Councillor. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, just want to see here. A moment. Sorry. Yes, we'll need a seconder for the motion. Councillor Dominato, see your hand up. Okay. We will now hear from registered speakers on this motion, and the first speaker is Dale Lutz. Hi, Dale.
Hi. Dear Mayor and Council, I am speaking on behalf of the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee as a result of an e-vote to support this motion. As a Vancouver resident, I am pleased to volunteer in the traditional and ancestral grounds of the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. As noted in the 2021 census, there are 113,000 people aged 65 and older living in Vancouver and making up 17% of the city's total populations, which comprise nearly half of the city's net population for the growth 2016 to 2021. At the same time, ICBC data consistently shows that the number of licensed drivers in BC decreases substantially after the age of 65, a 25% drop after 65 years old and a 70% drop after 75 years old. Unfortunately, the roads are not as safe for older adults as they need to be. Data from BC Injury Research shows that pedestrians' injury hospitalization rates are highest among those 75 years and older. City of Vancouver's own data concurs that collision involving older adults and elders are more likely to result in a fatality, 17% of those over 75 and 27% of those over 85 years of age. As the baby boomer cohort continues to cross the threshold of 75 years and older, it is imperative that the City of Vancouver recognizes and plans for the increasing number of older adults that now rely on active transportation and transit as their primary means of outdoor mobility. Now is the time to increase investment in safe street infrastructure and reduce speed limits on neighborhood streets to 30 kilometers an hour. Data from Vision Zero Worldwide indicates that a safety system approach which addresses a combination of road design, vehicle design, road users, and safe speeds as a whole can reduce injuries and fatalities by factors of 2 or more. The City of Vancouver's accessibility strategy has set built environment and public spaces as a focused area, with a priority to conduct safety audits. Road safety audits with older adults must be considered part of that priority. It should be highlighted that the older persons and elders are not currently part of the targeted vulnerable pedestrian population campaigns within the City of Vancouver Transportation Division's active transportation promotion campaigns, and this omission must be corrected. OPAC said in the Community-Based Senior Service Center are eager to begin a renewed focus on updating the city's age-friendly and dementia-inclusive action plan and anticipate that we can work collaboratively with the strategic lead for older adults to pilot a Safe Routes for Seniors program in 2024. The City of Vancouver's Older Person and Elders Committee strongly supports this motion, revisiting and refreshing Vancouver's commitment to safer, slower streets, submitted by Councillor Fry. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks very much, Dale. Okay, we're now going to hear from public speakers who should state whether or not they're in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they noted on the speakers list, and our first public speaker is Nathan Davidovitz. Nathan, so we're going to fix the podium there, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of council. Before I start, I would like to ask you to ask the city manager to improve the Wi-Fi on this floor, install a booster, because I lost my notes actually because the Wi-Fi is not working properly. And luckily I saved it on some other website and but I mean, it's not just my problem, it's many other people who come here and it's, other city halls that I've been to, they have way better Wi-Fi than Vancouver, and it's a problem, So thank you very much, Councillor. The mayor is not here. I spoke to you previously about proper traffic safety and Vision Zero, especially in the downtown east side. There are many problems. City staff are not able to deal with all of these problems. When the speed limit was reduced on Hastings Street from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour, it was not city staff who did the research. It was UBC and various community groups in the downtown east side that came to city council and pushed for that. However, reducing speed limit is just one tool in the many tools that Vision Zero has. For example, daylighting intersection can reduce accidents by up to 10%. Yesterday, in case you've not heard, the Waterfront Road is closed to the general public, general traffic. So all the extra traffic now is on Cordova and Hastings Street. And therefore, there'll be more accidents and so forth in the downtown east side. We do not need more city staff to study this item. We can just copy from Victoria, BC, and other cities that have already implemented all these Vision Zero priorities. City Council need a proper transportation committee like we had before Vision Vancouver to discuss these items. And many other city councils have such a proper transportation committee, and they have representation as well from the school boards and the parents advisory committees and other groups. The Vancouver Transportation Advisory Committee that you have is not a proper committee. It's basically mostly by people who are cyclists.
Nathan,
And they,
you're at your time.
No, but at the beginning, it wasn't my time. I was just talking about the Wi-Fi. So let me just finish about the Vancouver Transportation Advisory Committee, because it only meets every 2 months. They refuse to deal with TransLink items and bring any recommendation. They never even spoken to City Council, as far as I know, for the last 5, 6 years, unless you know something else. They never came to City Council to speak.
Okay,
So
Nathan.
that's about all, and thank you very much for all your support, and we need public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Our next speaker should be on the line, Chen-Yan Boone. Chen-Yan Boone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead. Got 3 minutes.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking as a member of Vision Zero Vancouver, and I wholeheartedly support this motion. I want to begin by thanking Councillor Fry for putting forward this motion, and I want to thank Councillor Dominato for seconding it, which is really great. In the course of our efforts to advocate for speeding up the regulatory changes and infrastructure investments needed to reduce the number of deaths and injuries that occur on our streets every day, we have spoken to many groups, including staff in the transportation planning departments who are responsible for implementation. Time and time again, we've heard that staff are looking for a clear direction from council to prioritize the safety of unprotected road users. This direction gets reflected in proposed budgets, staff submissions, and day-to-day operations. For instance, as a result of the motion on Cornwall Avenue, we saw staff explicitly mention that motion in the budget funding potential safety upgrades on Cornwall. What that means is that motions like this are really important. It's not enough to target streets one at a time with half measures, though. To meaningfully save lives in the city, we need the things called for in the motion everywhere: lower speeds, traffic calming, and active transportation infrastructure. I know as council that your jurisdiction is not all-encompassing. We are made aware time and time again of provincial considerations and other things, but you still have the power over many of our streets and thus many of our lives. Please do what you can and direct staff to do the same. Vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next speaker is Danielle Lukens.
Just checking, Chair. Not on the line.
Okay, we'll move to the next speaker, Ivan Chan.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Ivan. Go ahead. You got 3
hello.
minutes.
Okay, yeah, just one moment. Sorry, just give me one moment. Yeah. My name is Ivan, and I am a resident of the city of Vancouver. I am in support for Councillor P. Fry's motion to propose a blank on residential streets. Reducing speed limits in residential areas gives a safer environment for cyclists to ride and pedestrians to walk. Cycling feels unsafe and scary and feels uncomfortable if cars are speeding, tailgating, or passing unsafely. Even as a pedestrian, it feels scary to see and hear cars speeding and accelerating in residential neighborhoods. It is very annoying to hear cars accelerating in quiet residential neighborhoods. That noise from speeding coming from the car engine and the tire noise is too loud and annoying to cyclists, pedestrians, and even to people working from home. The best way to feel what I have described is to go out for a walk or stand in the grass yourself, and you will see what I mean. Over the years, motorists are becoming more impatient and aggressive, and this needs to stop. Implementing a lower blanket speed limit would help define boundaries on what motorists can do. Aggressive and impatient driving behaviors are commonly associated with speeding. I am in support of extensive traffic calming devices that will force motorists to slow down in residential areas. In addition, Council can explore installing many automated speed cameras in residential areas to enforce the blanket 30 km/h speed limit. Residential neighborhoods are designated places to have peace and comfort. These roads are not racetracks. Lower speed limit also attracts more people to come out to bike and walk because it is more comfortable and safe. Thanks for allowing me to share my point of view, and that is all I wanted to say in support for this motion. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ivan. All right, our next speaker apparently might be in person, Jade Buchanan. Any sign of Jade anywhere here on third floor? Okay, so we'll keep going then. Our next speaker on the line should be Rhiannon Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet. You've got 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm speaking today on behalf of Vision Zero Vancouver, an organization pushing for policy resulting in zero deaths and serious injuries on Metro Vancouver streets. I'm strongly in support of this motion, and I urge you to approve it. According to ICBC, speed is the largest factor in vehicle crashes in BC. It's also a major contributor to injuries and fatalities on our streets. Unfortunately, the default speed limit in BC is 50 kilometers an hour, a speed that's almost always fatal to people outside of vehicles. Lowering city speed limits to 30 aligns with international best practices and recommendations from organizations such as the World Health Organization and the Vision Zero Network. Studies have consistently shown that reducing speeds in urban areas reduces the number and severity of crashes and enhances overall road safety for all users, including pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Although most pedestrian fatalities do occur on arterial streets, fatalities are not the only outcome we're trying to prevent. For every death on our roads, there are about 500 injuries, many of these on residential streets. According to VGH, their trauma team is involved in the care of 67 severely injured pedestrians who have been hit by drivers every year, almost half of whom are over the age of 60. And that's just pedestrians. It doesn't include cyclists, other micromobility users, or vehicle occupants. While everyone needs to exercise caution and care navigating their neighborhoods, a city where pedestrians are assigned the same level of responsibility as drivers is an ableist one indeed. We live in a society that includes people of all ages and abilities, and people make mistakes. Whether walking or driving, none of us are perfect. But those mistakes don't need to be fatal, and they're far less likely to be when speeds are reduced on city streets. I'm sure you all saw the news yesterday that the driver who ran a red light and killed baby Ocean in 2021 was acquitted because his lapse of attention had a tragic outcome but was not a criminal act. We need a transportation system where such a lapse of attention cannot result in such tragic consequences. The second part of the motion is also really important and would go a long way towards making our streets safer. A huge number of crashes occur on Vancouver's bikeways, with 10th Avenue being one of the most dangerous streets in the city for cyclists. Enhancing existing bikeways with modal filters would improve safety and encourage hesitant road users to feel more comfortable walking or riding a bike. Many of you campaigned on a promise of improving public safety. Vehicle crashes remain the single greatest public safety hazard to the average Metro Vancouver resident, and we at Vision Zero are thrilled that today you'll have the opportunity to deliver on your campaign promises and make our city safer for everyone. Big thanks to Councillor Fry for bringing this motion today and to all of you for your attention. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next speaker on the list is Julian Meza. Fantastic Mesa. Julian?
No.
Okay. Following that is Paolo Succi.
Hello?
Hello, Paolo. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. I'll make my comments brief. I enthusiastically support this motion because it finally puts some action behind Vancouver's purported values of public safety, environmental sustainability, and accessibility. As many experts have already attested, speed is a leading influencer of fatal motor vehicle crashes, and we should welcome any opportunity to reduce this risk. While every fatality is tragic, we should also consider how reducing speed will reduce injury to both those inside and outside the vehicle. This measure is one step closer to Vancouver's Vision Zero goals and reinforces this council's repeated commitment to public safety. In addition, reducing speed and therefore risk to vulnerable road users like pedestrians also incentivizes other modes of travel. This helps encourage mode share shift away from cars and to more active forms of travel, all while creating a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable city. Ultimately, I don't think this is a silver bullet to reach Vision Zero, but I do believe it's one of many steps that we can take right now to not only lessen potential tragedies, but also create a more vibrant city in line with our possessed values. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Our next speaker is Mihai Sursti. Mihai, are you there?
No.
So we'll move on to next speaker, Dr. Michael Schwant. Doctor, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Excellent. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Hello to the Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Schwant. I'm a medical health officer for the community of Vancouver. I work for Vancouver Coastal Health, and I live in Vancouver. Thanks for the opportunity to speak from a public health perspective in favor of this motion. Now, in our growing city, we have an urgent need and the opportunity to continue to support safe transportation for all road users, including people who are driving, walking, cycling, or using other modes of transportation. Health data show us that 10 to 15 people die each year due to road crashes within the city of Vancouver, and further, over 500 Vancouver residents are hospitalized due to road crashes annually, many of those with debilitating injuries. So among the crashes with location data available, at least 10% of those occur on residential streets. In a time when all levels of government are promoting use of active transport, safety risks have persisted for all modes of transportation, and Council will know that e-scooters have recently been permitted on city streets. With a comprehensive approach, an aim of 0 fatalities and serious injuries on Vancouver streets is achievable. Safe urban speeds are crucial to this vision. Now, with regard to the effect of urban driving speeds on the risk of death or serious injury, even small changes can have a major protective effect. Lower speeds have been proven to both make crashes less common and, when they do occur, importantly, less severe. Evidence shows that a pedestrian struck by a vehicle at 50 kilometers per hour has an 80 to 90% chance of death, approximately. Meanwhile, at 30 kilometers per hour, the risk of death is reduced to around 10%. That's a nearly tenfold decrease in the risk of death. And Canadian research consistent with this has found that locally reducing speed limits to 30 kilometers per hour has significantly reduced severe injuries in cities like Edmonton and Toronto. Safer speed limits are just one element in a toolbox of well-accepted, evidence-based measures, which also include traffic calming infrastructure and safe intersection design. Support for lower residential speed limits is strong in our community, with a majority of residents in Vancouver Coastal Health supporting 30 kilometer per hour speed limits on residential streets. At this time, Vancouver is among over 60 BC municipalities that have implemented residential speed limits at 30 kilometers an hour, either in targeted zones or for entire communities in some cases. These measures have been well accepted, nationally admired, I should say, in the road safety field and protective of health. Moreover, this motion aligns with health-promoting priorities adopted in the city's Transportation 2040 plan and also the Vibrant Vancouver strategic priorities. I hope these comments inform your deliberations and that the City of Vancouver will take the opportunity to show continued global leadership in road safety, protecting children, older adults, and other community members. Public health partners are pleased to work with City staff on measures to enhance road safety and also to share data to evaluate these actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next name on the speaker's list is Margie Sanderson.
No.
Okay, Richard Campbell. Richard Campbell, are you on the line?
Yeah, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. And I do have some serious concerns about this motion. One thing, calling these residential streets is rather misleading. A lot of people live along busy arterials, so in reality, almost every street in Vancouver is an arterial street. And if you look at the crashes and the fatality is serious injuries for all road users, including pedestrians, the vast majority of those occur on arterial streets with a high speed limit. And as we sadly found out yesterday by the very poor decision by the judge, the legal system is not going to protect people, really. So the only option, left to council and the city is to dramatically reduce the speed limit on all streets, including arterials, where the vast majority of crashes and collisions occur. And the other real challenge is the traffic also produces unhealthy noise and traffic, and it's really unfair that a lot of people, especially those with lower income, get forced to live on the busy arterial streets that are noisy and dangerous, while people with larger incomes are get to live on the quiet streets with the lower speed limit. So I think it's fundamentally important that the speed limits are lowered everywhere, and that you take serious measures to save lives where the problem really is, which is on the arterials. That's how we're going to get to Vision Zero, is reducing the number of lanes of traffic, putting protected bike lanes, putting in raised crosswalks where it's really dangerous and where it will really save lives. So I would encourage you to expand this motion to include all residential streets, which includes the busy arterials, and actually really get serious about Vision Zero and equity in the city. This motion goes a little bit away there, but we really need 100% commitment from the city to saving lives and reducing harmful noise and traffic pollution in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker on the list is Jamie Spittle. Hi, Jamie, to the podium. And you got 3 minutes.
Fantastic, thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Jamie Spittle. I'm a resident in Vancouver, living in Mount Pleasant, and I would like to express my support on the motion before Council. Now, we all know that slowing down vehicles saves lives, and that's the most important thing to consider here. But I'd like to bring up a often overlooked benefit to slowing down vehicles that's not related to public health, and that's noise. This argument is slightly selfish. I'm a musician and a professional recording engineer, and I can't tell you how many times I've had to re-record something because of a car going by. Vehicles in motion often emit low and medium frequency sound, which have an easier time passing through walls and traveling longer distances. Now, that's bad, but what's much worse is the loudness of the vehicle, and that's very dependent on speed. Studies show that in a mid-sized car, think like a four-door Prius, driving on asphalt at 50 kilometers an hour makes about 73 decibels of sound. And that same car driving at 30 kilometers an hour makes about 63 decibels of sound. Now that's a 10 decibel difference, which doesn't sound like a lot, but decibels are weird, and we would often perceive a 10 decibel difference as a doubling of sound, or sort of like double the volume. And that's just a mid-sized car. Pickup trucks, delivery vans, and motorcycles, they make significantly more noise. And in my opinion, the quickest and easiest way to reduce that noise is by slowing them down. But maybe this argument isn't so selfish after all, because this is when I reveal the twist. This has been about public health the whole time. There are numerous studies on the negative effects that noise pollution has on our physical and mental health. And boy, I went down a rabbit hole on this one. I found a research paper that showed exposure to traffic noise as quiet as 50 decibels comes with increased of cardiovascular disease. I found another that shows students have lowered cognitive performance when exposed to noise pollution. Another shows that exposure to traffic noise made people less likely to assist others and were being and generally less generous to each other. And there are a myriad of papers that show the link between lowered urban biodiversity and noise pollution, with one study saying that songbirds may be excluded on a purely acoustic basis from an otherwise suitable habitat. And this is really just scratching the surface of this topic. I want to end my argument here with a quote from a renowned urbanist and the creator of the Not Just Bikes YouTube channel, Jason Slaughter. He says that cities aren't loud, cars are loud. So with the exception of banning cars, which maybe, think about it, the actionables in this motion seem like the best way to return our city to its normal, quiet state. Thank you.
Thank you. Really like that channel, by the way, Not Just Bikes. Okay. Our next speaker on the list is Michael Lang.
Not on the line.
Okay. Eric Schwartz.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Eric.
Yes, hello. Thank you.
Got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Eric Schwartz, and I'm a resident of Vancouver living in Kitsilano. I strongly endorse Councillor Peter Fry's motion before Council revisiting and refreshing Vancouver's commitment to safer, slower streets. Our residential neighborhood streets must be signed at 30 kilometers an hour, to be made safe for pedestrians crossing streets, including older adults, disabled persons, wheelchair users, and active mobility device users. A pedestrian struck by a vehicle at 50 kilometers per hour has an 80% probability of being killed. At 30 kilometers an hour, this drops to 10% probability of death. With larger SUVs and heavier electric vehicles becoming the norm, these numbers are likely underestimated. The City of Victoria and other North American municipalities have already adopted 30 kilometer per hour speed limits on residential streets, a policy endorsed by the World Health Organization as well as the European Commission and OEC International Transport Forum. All recognize vehicle speeds limited to 30 kilometers per hour prevent serious injuries and save lives. Vancouver must also invest in our residential neighborhood streets and bikeways, becoming safe spaces for children and families, traveling within neighborhoods to schools, for shopping, visiting friends, and recreation. The densification of our neighborhoods is ever increasing, and so the city must make required investments to ensure our residential streets are safe for increasing numbers of pedestrians and active mobility users. Active mobility users in residential areas find few, if any, of the protected all ages and abilities bikeways found elsewhere in the city. In Kitsilano and residential neighborhoods across the city, residential street bikeways often only have signs or painted sharrows, leaving active transportation users completely unprotected on streets with high vehicle volumes. Active transportation users often find themselves chased down corridors of parked cars lining both sides of the street. Largely absent are modal filters, engineered barriers that prevent through traffic, and slow vehicles down to the signed 30 kilometer speed limit. When equal number of women as men ride active mobility devices on our neighborhood streets and bikeways, when parents confidently allow their kids to ride to school on scooters and bikes on our neighborhood streets, then we'll have contributed to building safer, sustainable neighborhoods. Until then, it's your task to implement the strategic directions taken by previous councils and to vote for a 30 kilometers per hour speed limit on our neighborhood streets and bring active transportation routes in residential neighborhoods up to the city's own stated all ages and abilities network standards. I urge you to adopt Councillor Peter Fry's motion to direct staff to return to council with necessary actions and budget requirements and to adopt and prioritize staff recommendations when these come to council. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks very much. Okay, next name on the list is Adam Hawk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet. You've got 3 minutes, Adam.
Okay, hi. My name is Adam Hawk. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking very much in favor of Councillor Fry's motion. In fact, I have authored a petition at change.org/bike safety, which council should have read because it has been addressed to you and sent to you. I'm just going to read a little bit from that petition. We, the undersigned, are calling on you to recommit to the goals of the 2017 Transportation 2040 Safety and Mode Share targets and use your authority to direct staff and resources to improve safety on all local street bikeways throughout the city to meet the transportation design guidelines, all ages and ability cycling routes, approved and published by the City of Vancouver in March 2017. We call on you to prioritize the safety of cyclists and other users of bike lanes, e-scooters, wheelchairs with powered add-ons, mobility aids, skateboarders, rollerbladers, via infrastructure to dramatically reduce the number of vehicles on local street bikeways. Rule 2 in the Transportation Design Guidelines, all ages and abilities cycling routes, states that local street bikeways should target motor vehicle volume below 500 per day, 50 at peak hours. Reducing the number of interactions between motor vehicles and people cycling can improve safety and comfort. At a volume below 500 vehicles per day, most people cycling will encounter less than one motor vehicle per block in peak hours. We call on you to take action to make this a reality. During rush hours, when most cyclists are present, vehicle volumes far exceed the guidelines as drivers try to rat run around congested arterial roads, forcing cyclists into the door zone during busy parking times. To reduce the opportunity for collisions between active transport users and motorists, we ask you to direct staff to install modal filter diverting cars away from bikeways at minimum every 800 meters on all local street bikeways throughout the city. These modal filters could consist of bollards, planters, barriers, gardens, pedestrian plazas, trees, rainwater basins, fountains, or simply concrete blocks, posts, or barriers. Another simple, inexpensive vehicle diversion option is to simply make sections of bike routes one-way, with directions reversing at minimum every 2 blocks. To reduce rush hour rat running by motorists on local street bikeways, we also ask you to divert traffic away from local street bikeways by installing modal filters and signage preventing vehicles from turning onto these bikeways from arterial roads. For example, no right or left turn from Broadway onto Heather or Trafalgar or Balaclava, Woodland, Lakewood, etc. To improve safety on narrow streets with hills, we ask you to direct staff to eliminate parking on the downhill side of any narrow local street bikeway, whenever the grade of the hill exceeds 5%. At grades over 5%, stopping safely in front of a car door opening is almost impossible, and going around may not be feasible on narrow sections. For example, Heather between 22nd and 24th Avenue.
I'm afraid you're at time, but thanks very much for presenting your.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that I just wanted to add quickly that my petition has been co-sponsored by Hub Cycling, Vision Zero, Love the Lane, Stanley Park for All, Laporte Media, YVR Fix Bike Club, Chill Rides Vancouver, Van Bikes, and Our Community Bikes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks very much. Okay, next name on the list here is Catherine Burian. Catherine, are you available? Okay, and Sean Tedder. Okay, that's that. So I'll go back to the start of the list and look at the names that we have missed. Daniel Lutkins. Okay. Jade Buchanan. Okay. And Julian Matatsi Meza.
Hello.
Hi, Julian. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. Hi everyone. I'm calling as a member of Vision Zero Vancouver, and I'm calling in support for this motion. I think that this is a great, sensible measure that we should take to make all of our roads safer for everyone. As other speakers have mentioned, this affects anyone who's particularly young to our more older residents, and it just seems a matter of trying to make everyone's neighborhood safer and more inclusive. Another thing is it's not just about reducing, fatalities. We also want to reduce accidents. We should design our roads and have rules around them so that, people will have accidents, but once they do that, they shouldn't be fatal. So I'm calling strongly in support of this motion, and I think that this is a great first step to make Vancouver a safer city for everyone. Thanks for your time.
Great, thank you. Okay, and the last name I have is Mihai Sursti. Mihai, you available? Okay, that concludes the speakers list then. So committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, I had a bunch of questions, and I know there's been some discussions since the motion was introduced or provided publicly. But I wanted to just, and I've found the answers to these already, but I wanted to make sure it was on public record and that the public, the listening public, knew as well. And I had some concerns over some of the original language, and specifically regards to the part that said blanket citywide 30-kilometer reduction. And I just want to ask through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion, if they can just clarify. I interpreted this very differently, I think, than the motion is intended to. When I look at a 30-kilometer reduction, I think of 20-kilometer-hour speed limits. And when I see the word blanket citywide, I think of everything from Granville Street. I just want to make sure that this is residential streets, no center line, not a blanket citywide request.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, appreciate the seeking of that clarification, and I want to acknowledge working with Councillor Dominato fairly extensively to explain some of that. Yes, and I appreciate that that may be misinterpreted. The intention is local streets, i.e. streets without a center line. I think the confusion stems from the idea of a blanket approach, because when we first brought this subject forward in the last term, the response was we would have to put a sign on every single block of every single street that would have a blanket reduction, which seemed untenable. And we have the new information, so I appreciate that it may be confusion, but your subsequent assertion is correct.
Okay, and then one other thing I was curious about was you talked about, used the term implementing filters. And I just wanted to make sure this wasn't the horrible banana barriers that everybody hates so much that you're, my understanding is it's not.
Yeah, so through you, Chair. The idea is, and again, thanks to Councillor Dominato for seeking that clarification and her subsequent amendments, make it more specific that we're talking about modal filters, which could, in theory, include those banana barriers, but modal filters offer a whole range as are outlined in the proposal, and I would leave that more to the engineers to determine what is most appropriate. I don't know that banana barriers are still on the table in the first place, because I'm not sure the efficacy, and I would leave that to the professionals, but certainly modal filters could include everything from traffic circles to speed humps to chicanes to just even road design and placemaking and that kind of thing, pedestrian bulges, what have you.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that clarification. Question to staff through you, Chair. Some of the feedback we got was about workload and potentially engineering staff having to put other transportation work on the back burner with this motion moving forward. I'm just wondering if you can explain a little bit more of that.
Thanks, through the chair. And so I think one of the questions may be timing, because there is a pilot that's underway now. Staff are anticipating reporting back on that pilot, which we expect would inform these subsequent actions. So assuming that is workable, then this would be essentially incorporated within the work that staff is currently doing based on my discussions with the city engineer. So in that respect, I think this wouldn't represent a significant disruption of existing work plans or new workload, provided council is comfortable with us proceeding in that way.
Okay. And my other question would be regards to towards the end of the motion, it talks about physical interventions, and it specifically says barriers, bollards, chicanes, roundabouts. I noticed the motion hasn't been endorsed by the Vancouver Police Department or Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, and I'm imagining that has to do with emergency vehicle access. My recollection is that in conversations about things like barriers and bollards, is that emergency vehicle access is a real concern.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. So those would be considerations for sure that engineering, our transportation team, would be working with first responders to ensure that we're not imposing barriers to access and transit of those vehicles.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions, sir. I just was hoping to get some of that on public record. I know a lot of that conversation has been happening already with regards to, and I see Councillor Dominato's amendment, I think, addresses a lot of that.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. I like your tie. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have, thank you, Councillor Fry, for the motion. I have circulated an amendment, which I hope will be taken as largely friendly amendments. Most of it is to address, as the clerks bring it up on screen.
Okay, we're going to
move me to an amendment queue.
Amendment queue. One moment. Okay, Councillor, I will put you on there. Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
We need a seconder, please. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thank you. As the clerks bring that up, I'll address starting with A. The amendment there is to bring forward recommendations to reduce the speed on residential areas on local streets without a center line to 30 kilometers an hour. and not limited to potentially a city bylaw, and that addresses the issue of potentially having signage on every street. And this was to actually just advance the work. So instead of having a report back and an analysis, it was to say, if we think this is the right thing to do, then let's just do it. In BA and B sub A and sub B, there it is just to clarify again to the questions that Councillor Montague raised, is that this the 30 kilometers per hour speed limit would be applied to local streets without a center line or as otherwise marked. So again, just to add some clarity for the public. And then C, which addresses more of our bikeways again, was instead of having staff report back with a strategy, just to have them explore additional ways to reduce speeds of motor vehicles on our local bikeways, and to also ensure that there's consideration for emergency vehicle access. And as we heard, the city manager said that that would be considered. So that is the thrust of the amendments. Again, just to really to clarify a couple of points and actually advance the work more swiftly.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. Supportive of the amendment, and I, like I said, I appreciate the clarification from Councillor Fry, the mover of the motion, and then, of course, the amendments from Councillor Dominato. I do want to kind of point out publicly that this is going to be very difficult to force compliance. I think for the most part, we're going to rely on self-compliance from people to realize that, hey, you know what, I'm supposed to be driving slower on these smaller streets. It always has been very odd to me that because of a blanket policy under the Motor Vehicle Act, that the speed limit on 12th Avenue and 16th Avenue is the same as 13th, 14th, and 15th Avenue. It doesn't make sense for those speed limits to be the same. So I'm supportive of the amendment that clarifies Councillor Fry's intention here.
All right. Thanks very much. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, just only to echo some of the earlier comments that Councillor Montague looks great in a tie. No, I do want to. I do want to acknowledge first and foremost. I want to thank Councillor Dominato for reaching out and working to clarify some of this stuff in advance. And we've gone over back and forth on some of these amendments, and I am supportive of them. And I just want to articulate that I see these as supportive of the intent. I'll speak further to it in closing. I do want to just highlight the one piece where it talks about local streets in residential areas. And just to be clear, because I don't want there to be confusion around residential areas, I think to Richard Campbell's comments around what are residential areas, and recognizing that local streets as a definition of a street typology is specifically a street without a center line, and as opposed to an arterial or a collector street. And so I think that actually kind of captures some of the things that Richard Campbell was talking about, but also I just want to reflect that I think this is really just sort of aligning us in a collective direction, and I am appreciative of Councillor Dominato working on these with her team and back with me and then back with her team, and I think I just want to highlight that. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to just cede the chair to Acting Mayor Fry for a moment and just ask a question through you, Acting Mayor, to staff, just with regards to the comments we just heard from Councillor Montague about enforcement. Part of it is obviously a question of awareness. Would our staff be able to work with the Ministry of Transportation, for example, in terms of building awareness around speed limits, if in fact we do get to a broader 30 km/h in the city?
Thanks through the chair. So we certainly we can reach out. I'm not sure how, if this is a local enterprise or local initiative, I should say, whether how the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure might be able to participate in that, but we can certainly ask them those questions. Okay,
that's all my question. I'm supporting the amendments and in the new motion, but I do think we are sort of duty bound to try and communicate it and once these changes do go in effect. Thanks very much. I'll advance myself, and we will move to the voting panel. I'll take the chair back. Thanks very much.
Chair, this is Councillor Boyle. I'd like a vote assist in support.
Okay, very good. Okay, that passes unanimously. So we will go back to the main queue. Councillor D'Amato, any further comments?
Yes, Chair. I do have a couple of comments just in closing. Just to reflect, I think this is a really important issue. I certainly have found as a councillor over the last term and continuing in this term that of the many issues I hear from the public on, it's often around road safety, pedestrian safety, cyclist safety. We have a busy city, lots of things happening in terms of people moving in their private vehicles, but goods movement. We've got a busy port. And we also have a lot of congestion, and we have a growing city. And so with that, we now have to manage all those different dynamics of population growth, greater density, but also how we move people and also protect people. And especially as we're trying to encourage people to walk, cycle, use other modes of transportation and public transit. But for me, this is an incredibly important issue that we take a look at measures to reduce speeds. Recognizing, I think there's a valid point, is there the capacity to be doing enforcement on every local street? I think that there's some limitations there. But what I think and I hear from the public is that what they're seeking is a change in behavior. And if this will help drive some change in behavior of drivers, many of whom are coming into our city, they're commuters or others on local streets, then it will be a success in my mind. And I was just reading a news article related to, I think, Calgary, where they dropped their speeds on local streets, and they have seen some behavior change over the last 2 years. And so I would like to see that. And I appreciate the first speaker who spoke about the higher risk if you're elderly or a senior citizen, and but also just we know there's greater risk at higher speeds if someone's struck by a vehicle. And so from my perspective, this is a really positive motion and work, and it's totally within our jurisdiction. We have to talk about jurisdiction here at this council and what's our role and responsibilities. This is squarely within our jurisdiction to be looking out for the citizens of the city. And so I'm grateful to Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. I look forward to hearing from city staff and engineering about the outcome of the pilots, and appreciate all of those who came to speak today, and also all those residents who wrote us as well on the subject of this issue. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. So appreciation for everybody who wrote in, who called in, who came to speak today and supported this motion. And big appreciation, again, for Councillor D'Amato for helping to get this across the line. I do, and I think Councillor D'Amato actually took the words out of my mouth when this isn't really about enforcement as much as it's about behavior change. And certainly, you know, with all due respect, even when there is enforcement, there's not necessarily justice. And I think we all felt a pang of deep pain with the outcome of the Baby Ocean case, and recognizing that enforcement necessarily doesn't address the issue the same way behavior change does. And, you know, as many of you will know, my personal life story was shaped by vehicular violence when I was hit by a drunk driver and didn't walk for a year. And then my political journey was shaped by vehicular violence when one of my best friends was hit by a car crossing the road and lost his life. So, you know, this matters to me. And I think when we talk about what our role and our journey is getting us to local politics, it's about, you know, we're doing the work of people in the immediacy. And people often say, well, local politics is the most frontline kind of level of politics. It's where you really make the most meaningful impact in people's daily lives. And by that same token, local streets, that's where we learn to ride bikes or wash our cars or talk to our neighbors or play road hockey or what have you. These are where this really directly affects, I think, more of us in many ways. And I myself, you know, as everybody knows, I'm a I'm out there on a bicycle a lot. I'm a vulnerable road user. This is selfishly something that makes a difference to me, and it makes a difference to a lot of people in my community. I'm in a very active transportation community, so these are my neighbors and friends that are directly benefiting from this. And I think it does really speak to, I think, our values as a city and the opportunities, because we are a small, compact city. We are seeing this explosion in a e-device micro-mobility that could radically transform. I mean, the hilarious part is now that Mobies have electric bikes, I get to City Hall faster from my place than I could ever get in a car. It's just impossible to get in a vehicle at the same speed as an electric bike, because I can zip through traffic. It's efficient, and I think more and more people are coming alive to that. So when we look at opportunities where we can make it safer and more attractive to use active transportation, I think that's a win. That's a win for our environment. It's a win for our city. It's a win for affordability, and it's a win for public safety. So thank you again to Councillor Dominato for bringing this across the line. Thanks for everybody for the support on this.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I'll cede the chair to you just for a moment for just very brief remarks, just to say thank you to you and as well to Councillor Dominato for the amendments that you brought forward here. I just want to speak from the standpoint that our streets are getting even busier right now. The cars there's more cars than there have ever been on the roads today. And in many cases, the vehicles are getting so large as to be becoming a real threat. And so having the ability to try and shift the culture a little bit around our transportation routes and our streets to get people to slow down, think more about how they share the space with other active transportation users and pedestrians is something. It's not easy work. It's going to take a long time, but I'm happy to support this effort on behalf of this council to try and make sure that we get that work moving and start communicating how important it is that we are trying to be much more safe on our roads. And so with that, I'll move on to Councillor Carr and take the chair back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, again, like you, my thanks very much to Councillor Fry for putting the motion forward, to Councillor Dominato for thoughtful amendments, and to people who came to speak to the motion. And to echo your point, Chair, more cars, bigger cars, wrong direction. We really should be thinking about cities that are people first cities. And I'm just going to remind all of you that the Vancouver plan actually does that. It has the goal, although it was at the end of last term, it is our direction now to put into an official community plan. And the reallocation, for example, of 11% of neighborhood streets to non-car uses was probably one of the most popular things outside of increasing affordable housing in every neighborhood of Vancouver. But it was really, really popular amongst the 20,000 inputs we had from people in the city to the Vancouver plan. And I also just want to end on probably getting you all to think about cities that you might have been in where cars don't come first and slow streets are the standard. My most recent visit to Copenhagen, for example, just was astounding to me to see streets where, cars really had to creep along because it really, they've designed them that way in terms of the actual surface of the street and the narrowness, but really, the putting of cycling, walking, street activities, lots of restaurants. I mean, it was such a comfortable and exciting, dynamic, community-focused place to be in. So I think, Vancouver's a great city, and we can be even greater, and this motion will help make it that way.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We have no more speakers on the line here, so we will now call the vote. Clerk. Councillor.
Chair, this is Councillor Boyle. Can I get a vote assist in support?
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. That concludes motion 3. Okay. Just want to make sure. One moment. All right. So standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Acting Mayor Fry as chair to deal with recommendations and action from today's committee meeting.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Klassen. Okay, we'll now convene in council in order to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting, as well as one urgent business motion. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim has a leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly has an LOA. Councillor Boyle. Absent. Councillor Fry is the acting mayor. Councillor Montague is absent. Councillor Klassen. And Councillor Meisner has a LOA for the day, and Councillor Jo. I believe that has quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, the meeting has quorum.
Great, thanks, Clerk. Okay, we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for Report 1 to 4 and Council Member Motions 1 to 3. Moved by Councillor Dominato, second by Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yay, opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 4, urgent business. Motion to seek table officer position with Federation of Canadian Municipalities, brackets FCM, for the upcoming years is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Young. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing not quite there yet, but Councillor Kirby-Young, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm introducing this motion on behalf of Councillor Bly and asking Council to vary normal procedure to consider this as an urgent motion. As you will recall, yesterday Councillor Bly had called notice on a motion intending to deal with this at the April 24th meeting, but subsequently, since she's seeking a nomination for a table officer, has received clarification that FCM required that council approval today on April 10th. So hence the background and the rationale. The motion has been circulated to clerks. I don't know if they want to bring it up for the public, but I'll just read it quickly. And essentially, it's 2 clauses that says, be it resolved that Council of the City of Vancouver endorse Councillor Rebecca Bly to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2024 and ending in June 2026. And be it further resolved that all costs associated with Councillor Bly attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings be funded through the councillor's travel and training budget. And so this is a continuation of Councillor Bly's service on FCM. And as I said, the timing clarification came up. So hence the request to deal with it today. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council members, is there any discussion? Seeing nobody on the Creston queue, I'll just go ahead and call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. And you'll have to let me know. All right, and that passes with none opposed, I'm assuming.
Chair.
Yes. Okay, that completes urgent business number 1. Now, would somebody like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? Motion moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Jo, who should get some rest as soon as possible. All those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Some rest, Lenny.